Chapter 40, 342. Bang! The void cracked, and a spatial crack appeared. Then Yun Xinfeng's figure was blown into the turbulent space, filled with countless spatial turbulence, like a gust of wind. At this time, the sovereign who had suddenly attacked, a middle-aged man, arrived just in time. As soon as he arrived, he saw the unconscious girl in the arms of the Xia clan's patriarch, Xiaoyu. His expression changed slightly. It's the guy from the Dark Blood World's spirit tribe. At this time, Xiaoyu was also checking on his daughter's injuries. When his divine consciousness and primordial spirit went out, he found that his daughter's soul was like a pool of stagnant water. There seemed to be a confinement force surrounding her. Just as he was about to try to break the confinement force, the middle-aged man who had just arrived shouted, "Don't recklessly use the confinement force. If the confinement force backfires, it's likely to affect the soul of the person who is confined and cause the soul of the person who is confined to be destroyed. I'll go after him." The confinement force of the Dark Blood World's spirit tribe can only be broken by himself, or kill the person who cast it. After reminding Xiaoyu, causing Xiaoyu's expression to change drastically, the middle-aged man had already chased into the spatial crack before it closed. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man disappeared into the spatial crack. As for Xiaoyu, he looked at his daughter in his arms. His face was full of guilt. If he had not released his daughter, she would not have ended up like this. "Let me out." At this time, the voice of Xiajia, the third master of the Xia clan, echoed in the sacred artifact in Xiaoyu's hand. Hearing this, Xiaoyu did not say anything and silently let his third brother out. After Xiajia came out, he went up to Xiaoyu and looked at his niece in Xiaoyu's arms with an ugly expression. How could this be? How could this be? At this time, the group of Xia clan members present were also speechless. In particular, some of the Xia clan members who had asked Patriarch Xiaoyu to release his niece lowered their heads in guilt. Although they did not know what had happened, based on the current situation, it was clearly not a good thing. In particular, the existence just now, who was obviously an ultimate contender as well, bluntly said that only the spellcaster himself could neutralize the means of their eldest lady. They were even more aware of the seriousness of the matter. Listening to the other party's words, even the strongest person in the God-defying realm had no way to break the method that person used on the eldest miss. Yun Qinyan, Xiaoyu's expression was extremely ugly. At the same time, he sent out another message. Because this message was no longer blocked, it quickly reached the patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Tingfeng. Yanar. As for Yun Tingfeng, when he heard Xiaoyu's message, he immediately rushed to the Xia family without stopping. According to Xiaoyu's words, his son was still alive and kicking. Furthermore, he had become an ultimate powerhouse. Although he did not know the details, he felt that something was not quite right. How could a person who is not even a high-level ultimate god become an ultimate god just like that? Also, what was with the cracks in his son's soul orb? Now, he desperately wanted to know what was going on behind all this. In the turbulent space, the middle-aged man chased after him at his fastest speed. However, he was delayed by reminding Xiaoyu, so after a while he was completely shaken off by the other party. His opponent had no intention of fighting him at all. He had run away. He's not weak. Why doesn't he even have the courage to fight me? Could it be that he has already alerted the person from the Xia family? When the middle-aged man thought of this, he felt relieved. If that was the case, it could be explained. Even if the other party was not afraid of him, he was worried that he would be in a stalemate with him. Once the person from the Xia family arrived, it would be even more difficult for the other party to escape. What a resolute fellow! The middle-aged man shook his head and turned around. He raised his hand and broke the barrier of the turbulent space, returning to the nearby divine offering land. Then he returned to the Xia family in the divine offering land. At this moment, Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, had also arrived at the Xia family. When he saw that the entire Xia family mansion had turned into ruins, he was a little stunned. The Xia family was gone just like that. To be more precise, the Xia family mansion that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years was gone, just like that. What the hell is going on? Where's Yan Er? Yun Tingfeng asked Xia Yu anxiously as soon as he arrived at the scene. Humph. Xia Yu stared at Yun Tingfeng with a sour expression. Yun Tingfeng, you've really raised a good son. Initially, Xia Yu wondered if Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, had anything to do with Yun Qingyan's current state. However, he did not think that was possible. Yun Tingfeng did not have the ability or means to do so. After all, Yun Qingyan was now a supreme being. Moreover, according to the supreme powerhouse who had sensed the situation, Yun Qingyan's current body was not that of a supreme being from the god-defying realm. He was from the bloody Netherworld's ghost clan. Xia Yu, I don't know what you're talking about. I just want to know where my son is. You said he's now a supreme being? What happened? Yun Tingfeng asked as he took out his son's soul orb. This is my son's soul orb. This is the first time I've seen a crack on a soul orb. Tell me, what happened to him? Although Yun Tingfeng did not know what had happened, the Xia family mansion was still in ruins. However, based on how the Xia clan had been reduced to ruins, Xia Yu was not lying. His son, Yun Qingyan, might really be a supreme being. Otherwise, how could he have reduced the Xia clan to ruins? Only a supreme being would have the ability to do so. Let me tell you, a loud and vigorous voice sounded, followed by the appearance of a figure. Xia Yu, Xia Jie, and the other members of the Xia clan immediately recognized this person. He was the middle-aged man who had scared away the red-clad young supreme powerhouse, who was suspected to be Yun Qingyan. Senior, when Xia Jie saw this person, he immediately stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Did you catch up with that person?" Although Xia Jie had an ominous premonition in his heart when he saw that Lin Li had come alone, he still asked with hope in his heart. What if he caught up with that person and only restrained him but did not release him? At this moment, Xia Jie could only comfort himself with this thought. Otherwise, what would happen to his niece? No, the person shook his head. At this moment, Yun Tingfeng's expression turned grave when he saw this person. A supreme being. The feeling this person gave him was similar to the patriarch of the Yun clan. Both of them gave him a lot of pressure. Only a supreme being could give him this kind of pressure. You didn't. Xia Jie was slightly dazed when he heard this. Xia Yu's expression turned even uglier when he heard this person's reply. He felt as though his arms that were holding his daughter were extremely heavy. The guilt in his heart could not be any greater. He owed his daughter far too much. At this moment, the middle-aged supreme being looked at Yun Tingfeng. You're the current patriarch of the Yun clan in the divine offering land? Yun Qingyan is your son? Yes, senior. Although Yun Tingfeng did not recognize this person before him, he could not afford to be careless since this person was a supreme being. If I'm not mistaken, your son must have awakened a supreme expert from the shackled soul tribe that was sealed in the blood world. In the past, some seniors in the divine offering land chose to seal the supreme experts from the shackled soul tribe when they were unable to destroy the souls of the supreme experts from the shackled soul tribe. Instead, they chose to wear them down until they died. That clan's soul techniques are extremely profound. Even if their bodies die, as long as their souls imprison themselves, they won't be destroyed, and they won't be afraid of external attacks. Of course, if it's just a godly, venerable, realm-sucking soul clan member, even if he's a higher ultimate god, an ultimate god can still annihilate him even if he seals his soul. However, if it's a sucking soul clan member who has become an ultimate god, even if he's also an ultimate god or someone stronger than him, it's difficult to annihilate his soul. The only way to do that is to seal him and kill him over time. This is because when a sucking soul clan member seals himself, his soul is constantly being exhausted and destroyed. Finally, the day of self-destruction comes. If I'm not mistaken, Your son must have obtained the heavenly jewel from somewhere that sealed a Sucking Soul clan member who had become an ultimate god. He opened the heavenly jewel and, with the other party's permission, abandoned his body and merged his soul with the other party's remnant soul. This is also the method that many soul suckers use to resurrect themselves. Apart from that, the Sucking Soul clan members don't have a gender. They look like men, but their voices are female, and their important body parts don't have male characteristics. The Sucking Soul clan members don't have any desires. They live to become stronger and pursue eternal life. After listening to the middle-aged supreme expert's explanation, the Xia clan and Yun Tingfeng gained a better understanding of the Sucking Soul clan in the dark blood world. Senior, at this moment Xia Yu asked unwillingly, "What's the situation with my daughter? Is there really no way to wake her up?" He had basically confirmed his daughter's current condition. Her body was fine. However, her soul seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep because it had been sealed. Moreover, the aura of her soul seemed to be weakening continuously. Although the weakening was not great, with his strength he could still vaguely feel it. It would be fine for a short period of time, but if this continued, his daughter's soul would be completely destroyed one day. When that time came, it would mean that her soul would be destroyed and her body and Tao would disappear. There's no other way. The middle-aged supreme expert shook his head and sighed. In the end, I came too late. This time, I don't know how to explain to that little fellow. At this moment, whether it was Xia Yu, Xia Jia, or Yun Tingfeng, none of them would have thought that the little fellow, the middle-aged supreme expert, was referring to a Xia Ning, Xue's husband in this life. Duan Lingtian. End of chapter. Chapter 43:43. As the location of the divine corporeal spring was different from the flow of time outside, Duan Lingtian did not feel too much pressure and was completely at ease to cultivate. He had completely forgotten about the time during his cultivation. He only knew that he only had one chance. Therefore, during this process, he was completely focused on improving his cultivation base and strength. During this process, he was not on guard against anything around him. This was because he felt that it was unnecessary. If there was any danger, it would come from the ultimate expert who was in charge of him bathing in the divine corporeal spring. If the ultimate expert really wanted to deal with him, there was no need to wait until now. Currently, Duan Lingtian did not know that his wife, Kerr, was currently in a deep sleep due to the secret technique of the Blood World's Nightmare Soul Clan. He also did not know that the Xia clan, a giant, godly, venerable clan in the divine offering land, had their entire mansion that had been passed down for many years turned into ruins. There were even a few ultimate experts who had rushed to the Xia clan's vicinity after receiving help from the ultimate experts of the Xia clan. However, as they were too late, they could only leave silently in the end. As the master of the divine offering land, the ultimate expert had also received the news at this time. He immediately stopped playing chess with his old friend and rushed back to the divine offering land. Recommend an app that is comparable to the old version of the divine tool for reading books. You can exchange all the source books to read. Although the divine offering land was a small world in his body, as an existence that guarded the God-defying realm, it was usually separated from him and could not be completely integrated with the God-defying realm like other people's small worlds. Of course, it was not that he could not integrate the divine offering land with him, but once he did so, the divine offering land would lose its role in guarding the God-defying realm to a certain extent. Naturally, his strength would soar to an extremely terrifying level at that time. So, it wasn't the upheaval caused by the closure of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm in that dimensional battlefield. It was the Blood World's Nightmare Soul Clan that revived in the divine offering land. Humph, you've got guts. I'll remember your aura. If you dare enter the divine offering land again, I'll definitely kill you. As the master of the divine offering land, the strength that he could unleash in the divine offering land was unimaginable to ordinary people. In the lower dimensions, in a mundane plane, Within a vast island protected by layers upon layers of formations, a beautiful young woman stood at the peak of a mountain that reached into the clouds, gazing into the distance. She was none other than Duan Siling. She was the daughter of Duan Lingtian and Ker. As the saying went, mother and daughter were connected by heart. Recently, Duan Siling had been feeling uneasy. She had a bad feeling about this. Father's law doppelganger was destroyed many years ago due to the needs of his main body. Is everything going well on father's side? Now that the 1,000-year time limit is up, the spatial tunnel between the lower realms and the realms of gods should be open, right? Why have I been feeling uneasy these past few days? Did something happen? Duan Siling's eyes were filled with worry. Siling, so you're here. A gentle voice sounded. A moment later, a graceful figure appeared. It was precisely the young woman who wore a bright red robe. Although her clothes were loose, they were unable to conceal her proud figure, and her actions were extremely charming. Aunt Wu. Duan Siling bowed respectfully when she saw the newcomer. The newcomer was none other than Feng Tianwu. Aunt Wu, I've been feeling a little uneasy these days. Do you think something happened to father? Duan Siling asked. Silly girl. Feng Tianwu shook her head. Don't overthink it. Your father, he will be fine. He's always been able to turn misfortune into blessings, no matter what happens. I'm sure it won't be an exception this time. When she mentioned him, Feng Tianwu's originally cold eyes became much gentler. However, she would be lying if she said she was not worried. Around the same time, on the other side of the same island, in a quiet courtyard, there was a peerless beauty who was so beautiful that no one could pick out her next generation. She was silently standing there, looking into the distance, as if she was waiting for someone to return. Huan, you can go out for a walk when you're not cultivating. There are many interesting places in the mundane realm. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here and wait for him to return. For the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, the arrival of Yun Qingyan's reincarnation from the serene blood world Soul Shackle clan was undoubtedly a nightmare. The Xia clan's mansion had been in ruins for many years. However, after the nightmare, they could do whatever they wanted. Soon enough, the Xia clan's mansion was rebuilt with the help of the Xia clan. However, at this moment, Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, publicly resigned from his position as the clan leader. Initially, he had planned to retire and stay by his daughter's side to apologize. However, the Xia clan's elders hoped he would continue to lead the Xia clan before the next clan leader was elected. That way, the Xia clan would not be in a mess. Initially, he did not agree to it. It was only when his third brother, Xia Jie, who had always been at odds with him, came to persuade him that he reluctantly agreed. However, apart from handling the Xia clan's affairs, he spent most of his time by his daughter's side to show his repentance. Even Xia Jie had never thought that his cold-blooded elder brother would become like this after his niece's calamity. It was only at this moment that he realized his brother had always been bluffing in the past. His elder brother cared a lot about his only daughter. My dear daughter, I've asked around and confirmed that your husband is fine. He's very outstanding. If he comes, as long as he's willing, I'll hold a grand wedding for the both of you. I'll let you marry him in a grand manner. I was wrong. From now on, I won't work with the Yun clan to deal with him. I'll only protect him. That's because he's your husband. Xia Yu, the former patriarch of the Xia family, was an extremely dignified existence. At this moment, he was sitting in the front yard of the Xia family mansion, looking at the closed door of a room not far away. He was drinking and muttering to himself. His face was covered in stubble, and he looked dispirited. His robes were stained with wine, making him look sloppy. Not far away, Xia Jie, who was about to enter the room, had a complicated look in his eyes when he saw this scene. In the past, he would never have imagined that his usually dignified brother would have such a side to him. Duan Lingtian completely lost track of time as he cultivated, until he officially stepped into the medium ultimate god realm. Originally, His speed of absorbing the divine, corrupting spring water had slowed down a while ago. Therefore, he was worried that he would be sent out of the divine, corrupting spring water earlier. At that time, he was thinking that it would be worth it if he could step into the medium, ultimate God realm before he left. However, it was not that easy to step into the medium, ultimate God realm. After a period of torment, he finally stepped into the medium, ultimate God realm. Just a little bit more, and I'm done for. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian only guessed that his speed of absorbing the divine, corrupting spring water would slow down. In the end, as time passed, his guess was verified. Especially when he was about to step into the medium, ultimate God realm, he was really worried that he would be sent out of the divine, corrupting spring water because his speed of absorbing the divine, corrupting spring water was too slow. At the crucial moment, which was also the moment he was most worried about, he successfully stepped into the medium, ultimate God realm. After stepping into the medium, ultimate God realm, Duan Lingtian realized that his speed of absorbing the divine, corrupting spring water had increased again. Is this because my speed of absorbing the divine, corrupting spring water increased again after my breakthrough? Then it slowed down again? Duan Lingtian thought to himself, but at the same time, he did not forget to continue absorbing the divine, corrupting spring water with all his might. He thought that if he missed this opportunity, there would not be another opportunity like this. At the same time, in a pavilion that was floating in the endless void, a faint smile appeared on the face of a young man in snow-white clothes that was originally as calm as an ancient well. Not bad, he actually made a breakthrough. I originally thought that he might not be able to make a breakthrough. Based on his progress, it should not be a problem for him to consolidate his medium, ultimate God cultivation base. As for stepping into the upper ultimate God realm, I'm afraid that's impossible. The young man muttered to himself. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and raised his eyebrows slightly. I originally thought that his eldest senior sister was a good seedling, but now it seems that he's not any worse than his eldest senior sister. In fact, he's even more outstanding. Let's see how he performs next. The God-defying world, after muttering to himself for a while, the young man let out a long sigh. The God-defying world seemed peaceful, but in fact, it was surging with undercurrents. Over the years, as time passed, he discovered more and more. These people were all old. The future of the God-defying world would eventually fall into the hands of the young. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect that he would stay in the space where the divine, corrupting spring water was located for nearly 200 years. In these 200 years, not only did his cultivation base enter the medium, ultimate God realm, but he had also completely consolidated his medium, ultimate God realm cultivation base. In addition, he had also taken a big step forward. In the end, because the speed of absorbing the divine, corrupting spring water had slowed down and exceeded the agreed time, he was forcefully sent out of the divine, corrupting spring water. Senior, I've been here for nearly 200 years. How long has it been outside? Duan Lingtian knew that when he was a lower ultimate god, the difference in the flow of time between here and outside was 10 to 1. However, when he entered the medium ultimate God realm, the flow of time would definitely change again. Less than 40 years. The indifferent voice sounded again. Next, you can choose which ultimate God divinity you want. I have all the ultimate God divinities except for the ones that contain the law of earth, law of wood, and law of life. You choose one. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, dumbfounded when he heard this. Who exactly was this person? Did he mean that he had a lot of paragon godhood in his possession? Chapter 43:44. Before entering the planar battlefield, Duan Lingtian already knew that a supreme expert's godhead was an extremely rare treasure. Even a supreme expert might not necessarily have one. Moreover, not every supreme expert could leave behind a supreme expert's godhead after they died. Of course, at that time what he knew was limited, until he entered the upgraded version of the planar battlefield's chaos realm, when he received the rewards for the top 3 rankings. One of the rewards for the first place was the Supreme Expert's Godhead. During that time, he had heard many people mention the Supreme Expert's Godhead, which further improved his understanding of the Supreme Expert's Godhead. The Supreme Expert's Godhead was difficult to obtain even for a Supreme Expert, because the Supreme Expert's Godhead was something that only Supreme Experts who had reached a certain level of strength had the ability to condense it. A weak Supreme Expert did not have this ability. The formation of a Supreme Expert's Godhead also meant that a Supreme Expert's comprehension of the law of essence they were proficient in had reached a higher level. A Supreme Expert whose comprehension of the law of essence had reached a certain level could be considered an outstanding existence among the other Supreme Experts. And if a person wanted to obtain a Supreme Expert's Godhead, it was either a gift from someone else, or the Supreme Expert himself left behind his own Godhead before he died, or one had to kill the Supreme Expert who had condensed the Supreme Expert's Godhead and forcibly snatch it away from the other party. This Supreme Expert, now that he realized that the other party had so many Supreme Experts' Godheads, and there were many different kinds of them, Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but tremble. If all the Supreme Experts' Godheads belonged to this person, didn't that mean that many Supreme Experts had died in his hands? Furthermore, those Supreme Experts were all existences who had condensed the Godhead of a Supreme Expert. Existences who could condense the Supreme Expert's Godhead were considered experts among the Supreme Experts, and a Supreme Expert who could kill such existences was undoubtedly even stronger. Senior, taking a deep breath and trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart, Duan Lingtian spoke again with a different tone. This was something he himself didn't notice. At this time, he couldn't help but recall the dream where the middle-aged Supreme Expert who had brought him here addressed the other person as Lord. At that time, he felt that it was definitely a dream. A Supreme Expert symbolized the supreme powerlessness of this world. What kind of powerful existence was that? What kind of existence was that? What kind of existence was that? How could they address another person as Lord? But now, when he realized that the owner of the voice just now was very likely to have the strength to kill a Supreme Expert who had given birth to a Supreme Expert's quintessence, he suddenly felt that it was normal for a Supreme Expert to address him as Lord. After all, not every utmost powerful expert possessed that sort of strength. Furthermore, not every paragon would be able to stand in front of him and ask him which type of paragon godhood he wanted. Judging from the other party's tone, it was obvious that he had all of the paramount godheads in his possession. I currently have a Supreme Godhead that contains the law of space. Senior, I would like to ask you to give me some suggestions as to which Supreme Godhead I should choose. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he explained in detail the various laws that he was currently proficient in. Now, the law he was most proficient in was naturally the law of space. Then it was the law of life and the law of time. Then it was the law of fire, the law of earth, and the law of metal. In addition, Duan Lingtian also told the other party that he had originally planned to ask for a Supreme Godhead that contained the law of space to complement the previous one. This way, his advancement in the law of space would naturally be faster. After saying all this, Duan Lingtian began to wait. He was not sure if the other party would be willing to talk to him or give him pointers. After all, the other party was very likely not an ordinary Supreme Expert. It was very likely that the other party was a top existence who could kill ordinary Supreme Experts as if they were dogs. In the past, Duan Lingtian had always thought that Supreme Experts were superior, that every one of them was extremely powerful and invincible, until he found out that some Supreme Experts might have many Supreme Godheads in their possession. Moreover, it was very likely that they had killed those Supreme Experts and plundered their Supreme Godheads. At this moment, he also realized that even among the strongest, there was a difference in strength. Perhaps it was like the difference between a lower-level ultimate god and a higher-level ultimate god. Even if there was not such a big difference, The difference between the strong and the weak among the upper-level ultimate gods was already very exaggerated because the top experts among the upper-level ultimate gods could easily kill those who had just stepped into the upper-level ultimate god realm as if they were slaughtering chickens. Will this person give me some advice? Duan Lingtian was nervous. After all, he was only a middle-level ultimate god. Would the other party be willing to talk to him and give him advice? However, Duan Lingtian's nervousness quickly disappeared. This was because the other party responded, "Your idea is actually not wrong. Two supreme godheads that contain the law of space may indeed be able to complement each other and help you advance faster on the path of the law of space." Lin Yin said. When he heard this, Duan Lingtian thought that the other party supported his idea and plan. However, the other party's next words made Duan Lingtian realize how short-sighted or ignorant he was. However, I don't know if you have ever thought about it. What if the two supreme godheads that contain the law of space take completely different paths? What if they even clash? Under such circumstances, the other supreme godhead that contains the law of space will not only be of no help to you, but it may also harm you. After listening to the other party's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent. However, after a moment of silence, Duan Lingtian could not help but think that since this person in front of him had raised this question, would he not be able to find him a suitable supreme godhead that contained the law of space? In the next moment, as though he had guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts, the other party continued, "I do have two supreme godheads with me. However, I'm not sure if they're suitable for you. Since you're proficient in the law of space, you should also know that many people start off on similar paths, but later on they completely diverge and no longer cross paths. My personal suggestion is that you don't need to choose the supreme godhead with the law of space. Your supreme godhead is already enough for you to comprehend the law of space to perfection. Another supreme godhead might speed up your comprehension of the law of space, but it might also slow down your comprehension of the law of space. Of course, the final decision is up to you. The owner of the voice clearly did not intend to make the decision for Duan Lingtian. Or rather, he also felt that it was better for Duan Lingtian to make this decision himself. Thank you for enlightening me, Senior. Duan Lingtian first expressed his gratitude, then continued respectfully, I've decided not to choose the supreme godhead with the law of space. May I know which supreme godhead you suggest I should choose? Duan Lingtian asked the other party again. This time, the other party was silent for a longer time. For a moment, Duan Lingtian even thought that the other party found him annoying and did not want to bother with him anymore. Only then did the other party speak again. The law of time, the law of life. You, choose one of the two. The law of time, the law of life. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was a little hesitant when he heard the other party's suggestion. To be honest, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of life was actually more profound than the law of time. If it was only based on his comprehension of the law of life, he would definitely choose the law of life. He had mentioned this to the other party earlier. The other party was aware of this. Under such circumstances, he was still given two choices. This also meant that the law of time was also very beneficial. It should be known that he had the sacred tree of life in his body. This was no secret to the Supreme Godhead. With the help of the sacred tree of life in comprehending the law of life, the other party still asked him to consider the law of time. It should be known that the sacred tree of life's assistance in comprehending the law of life was not directional. It was more of a subtle influence to provide Duan Lingtian with an environment suitable for comprehending the law of life. Therefore, the assistance of the sacred tree of life and the Supreme Godhead did not conflict with each other. There was no conflict between the two Supreme Godheads of the law of space. Senior, taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian quickly made a decision. I choose the Supreme Godhead of the law of time. The law of time. To Duan Lingtian, the law of time had always been very mysterious until his master obtained the inheritance of a supreme godhead who was skilled in the law of time. Then, with his master's help, he successfully comprehended the law of time. Later on, although the law of time had made considerable progress, it was overshadowed and not worth mentioning in front of the law of space. Under normal circumstances, Duan Lingtian should have asked the Supreme Godhead why he mentioned the law of time. However, Duan Lingtian did not ask further. First, he felt that there was no need to ask further. The Supreme Godhead must have said this because he valued the law of time. Second, he was also worried that the Supreme Godhead did not have that much patience. After all, in his eyes, he was just a small, middle-level, ultimate God who could be killed with a blow of his breath. Are you sure? Once you're sure, there's no going back. The voice sounded again. I'm sure. As for Duan Lingtian, he immediately nodded in response, without any hesitation. The law of time was recognized as the most mysterious of the four supreme laws. It could even control time. For example, in the space where the divine corporeal spring was located, he enjoyed a different flow of time compared to outside. This was the terror of the law of time. Also, the law of time could even control the time in the area where the opponent was when fighting. The powerful law of time could even make the opponent squat on the spot for an instant. In a fight between experts, a moment's effort could often be fatal. All right. The voice sounded, followed by an object that was 70 to 80% similar to the Supreme Godhead that Duan Lingtian had obtained earlier. It seemed to appear out of thin air and floated in front of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 40, 345. This is the paramount divinity of the time laws. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the brand new paramount divinity floating in front of him. After you collect this paramount divinity, I'll send you out. The owner of the voice continued. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian didn't immediately collect the paramount divinity after he thanked the other party respectfully. Instead, he asked respectfully, I wonder if it's convenient for you to tell me your name, Senior? It'll be good for me to know who the senior who has helped me so many times today is. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. In the endless void, in a pavilion that seemed to have existed since ancient times, a young man in white stood lazily in front of the pavilion and smiled faintly. This kid is quite interesting. The paramount divinity is right in front of him, yet he's still so calm. Soon, the other party's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears again. Who I am isn't important. If you can become a paramount divinity, you'll naturally know who I am. That one sentence cut off Duan Lingtian's thoughts of knowing the other party's name. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything else and reached out to grab the paramount divinity in front of him. However, when his hand touched the paramount divinity, he felt the scenery in front of him turn upside down, and even his consciousness became a little blurry. His consciousness was fuzzy at first, but in the end, it seemed to have fallen completely silent. It was as if he'd fallen into a deep slumber. When Duan Lingtian's consciousness gradually recovered, he discovered that he'd appeared in the vicinity of the Myriad Arts Academy in the Xiangang land. What's going on? Wasn't I in the battlefield on the other side? I think. I just obtained the paramount divinity that contains the law of time? Duan Lingtian kept recalling what had just happened. Was it real or just a dream? If it was a dream, then wasn't it too realistic? Everything that had happened in the upgraded version of the Realm of Chaos in the planar battlefield was vivid in Duan Lingtian's mind. Whether it was accumulating battle merits or later accumulating chaos points, every scene left a deep impression in Duan Lingtian's mind. Up until now, it had only happened recently. I'm also confused. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian recalled something. He wanted to confirm if everything he had experienced earlier was a dream. Wouldn't it be fine if he confirmed his current cultivation base? Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered that he was indeed a medium ultimate god. Moreover, he was a medium ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base. I'm not dreaming. All of this is real. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's divine divinity, but he quickly discovered divinity's divine divinity was not in his spatial ring of Duan Lingtian. Instead, the original divine divinity of spaces was still. What's going on? At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was almost certain he was not dreaming, began to hesitate. Cultivation level, yes. However, the divine divinity of time's divine divinity was gone. Could it be that the ultimate divinity took it back? Duan Lingtian could not help but wonder. However, just as Duan Lingtian was feeling puzzled, a few 10,000 Arts Academy's disciples passed by him. They were conversing with each other at this moment. Have you heard? Vice Palace Master Hong Yifeng has stepped down. It's said that the new Vice Palace Master who replaced him is his junior brother, Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen? Was it that freak? He's going to be a Vice Palace Master? When these few Myriad Law Academy students' words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian's mind was in a mess. Yang Yuchen, wasn't that his third senior brother? Wasn't his third senior brother the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy a long time ago? At the very least, his third senior brother had been the Vice Palace Master for quite some time before he joined the Myriad Law Academy. However, these people said his third senior brother was newly appointed. Moreover, they even mentioned Hong Yifeng. Although Duan Lingtian had yet to meet his second senior brother, he knew this name very well. It was none other than his second senior brother. What's going on? Or perhaps these people think third senior brother is still new after being the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy for so many years? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian stepped forward and asked. At the same time, he took out his Myriad Law Academy student identity token to prevent the other party from raising their guard. When the other party saw his identity token, they let down their guard and began to talk to him. After a while, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. Based on these people's words, his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, had only become the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy last month. Last month! How was this possible? However, as these people returned to the Myriad Law Academy, Duan Lingtian waited for a while and asked a few passing Myriad Law Academy students. Gradually, he confirmed this fact. It seems like my guess was correct. In fact, when he first learned of this matter, Duan Lingtian already had some guesses in his heart. After all, he had only arrived here after coming into contact with the Supreme Godhead of the Law of Time. Moreover, he did not have the Supreme Godhead in his hands at the moment. Perhaps it was the Supreme Godhead of the Law of Time that sent me here. Of course, if it was just the Supreme Godhead, it shouldn't have such an ability. It should be related to that Supreme Godhead. Duan Lingtian was not stupid, especially since he possessed another supreme, powerhouse divinity. Naturally, he knew it was impossible for a supreme powerhouse divinity to have such an ability. He must have used some other method to work with the paramount Godhead to inflict it on him. At this moment, he could confirm that he was not dreaming. Everything that he was experiencing was real. After confirming all this, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was not enter the Myriad Law Academy. Even though he had a vague guess, he did not plan to enter the Myriad Law Academy before he could confirm all this. Why would he enter the Myriad Law Academy? This era was obviously another era. In this era, Duan Lingtian had not been born yet. This was because, as far as he knew, his third senior brother Yang Yuchen had been the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy for more than 1,000 years. In this era, his third senior brother Yang Yuchen had only been the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy for a month. At this time, not to mention me, even father and mother might not have been born yet. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. In the future of this era, third senior brother definitely doesn't know me and hasn't seen me before. If I go and see him now, it's equivalent to changing the past. Although doing so might not cause bad consequences, after all, many things in the future have been confirmed. However, it's best not to try if I can avoid it. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian had arrived in the past where he had not been born, he did not rashly disturb his third senior brother Yang Yuchen. He also did not enter the Myriad Law Academy. The past, Duan Lingtian left the Myriad Law Academy and left as far as he could. As for the dangers that might exist in the outside world, they were not that dangerous to him at this moment. Before he had consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, his strength was comparable to a top intermediate ultimate god. He might even be stronger than many top intermediate ultimate gods and could even kill some upper ultimate gods. Now, not only had he consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, but he had also successfully stepped into the intermediate ultimate god realm and consolidated his cultivation base as a middle ultimate god. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, even if he encountered the current clan leader of the Yun clan in the divine offering land, Yun Tingfeng, he would be able to escape unscathed even if he might not be a match for him. It would not be easy for Yun Tingfeng to kill him. After thoroughly consolidating his cultivation base as a middle ultimate god, although he had not fought yet, Duan Lingtian could still make a certain judgment because he could roughly feel how much stronger he had become. With his current strength, he might not be able to do anything he wanted in the Xingang land, but at least as long as the ultimate experts did not intervene, there were not many who could stop him if he wanted to leave. He already had enough confidence. Now, even third senior brother and second senior brother are probably no match for me. When this thought suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he suddenly paused as a very interesting idea popped into his mind. How about, I conceal my identity and exchange pointers with third senior brother? However, I have to wait until he leaves. It's not easy to fight in the Myriad Law Academy. Once I do, even the current palace master is no match for me. However, with the Myriad Law Academy's foundation, once the palace guarding formation is activated, it'll be difficult for me to escape unscathed. Duan Lingtian knew that the Myriad Law Academy's palace guarding formation was the work of an ultimate expert. Half a month later, Yang Yuchen, who had just been appointed as the deputy palace master of the Myriad Law Academy for less than 2 months, encountered a middle ultimate god who took the initiative to exchange pointers with him when he went out. After that, the other party left without a second thought. Who the hell is he? Even eldest senior sister's strength might not be comparable to his before she entered the upper ultimate god realm, right? Yang Yuchen's heart trembled as he looked in the direction the other party left. Yang Yuchen, of course, would never have thought that the person who had crushed him with one strike just now, who was completely covered by a bamboo hat and a loose black robe, and whose appearance and figure could not be seen clearly, was actually the junior brother he would personally recruit into the inner palace in the future. At the same time, in the future, not long after Duan Lingtian came into contact with the Time Law Paramount Expert's Godhead, not long after Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air by the side of the Paramount Expert's Godhead, a figure dressed in white appeared out of thin air. It was a white-robed young man. At this moment, this white-robed young man's face was slightly pale and blood was seeping out from the corner of his mouth. I hope it's worth using that thing on him. However, I never expected that with my current strength, using that thing would cause me to bear such a heavy burden. End of this chapter. Chapter 43-46. Allowing a person to reverse time and return to a certain era in the past. This sounded inconceivable, not to mention that it was actually done. Even in the myriad worlds, the top existences might be able to allow some weak existences to return to a certain era in the past. However, even the top existences in the myriad worlds could not make an ultimate god, especially a middle-level ultimate god, live to the past, unless there was some kind of treasure as the driving force. That kind of treasure was basically a supreme treasure related to the law of time. Even if it was used on the strongest existences in the myriad worlds, it would still be of great use. Even if there was such a treasure, no one would use it to allow someone to return to the past. Even if it was their own son, very few people would be willing to use such a treasure. Of course, if someone could be sent to the past and cross the boundary of time, it would not seem to be of much use to him. However, in the process, he would have already been baptized by the reversal of time. This kind of person would have a smoother journey in the future on the path of the law of time. Of course, the current Duan Lingtian did not know this. The current Duan Lingtian had returned to the past 1,000 years before he was born. After torturing third senior brother Yan Yuchen, he left the vicinity of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace with satisfaction. As for whether fourth senior sister was in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace at this time, or whether first senior sister would appear in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace during this period of time, he did not know and was not interested to know. He only knew that he could not easily interfere with things related to him in this era in the future. It would be fine if there were no adverse consequences. If there were, it would be too late for regrets. Could it be? Could it be something that happened this time? Not long after Duan Lingtian had tormented third senior brother Yan Yuchen with satisfaction and left, a figure suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. The figure of a young girl. The young girl's name was Duan Xiaoyu. Back then, when they first met, although she had mistaken him for someone else and said that he looked like her brother, however, her feelings at that time were so sincere that it did not seem like she had mistaken him for someone else. At that time, he couldn't understand. Later on, he discussed this matter with his master, Feng Qingyang. At that time, his master, Feng Qingyang, guessed that he might have returned to the past one day in the future, met that girl, and formed a bond with her. If that was the case, everything could be explained. Of course, although everything could be explained, both Duan Lingtian and his master, Feng Qingyang, actually felt that this guess was somewhat unrealistic. It wasn't that easy for a person to return to the past, especially since Duan Lingtian's strength was getting stronger and stronger. He felt that it was even more impossible. The stronger one was, the more difficult it would be to return to the past. This was because a powerful person could change an era. For example, if a supreme expert were to return to the past a few thousand years ago, or even 10,000 years ago, he would be able to eliminate his enemies first, and even kill all the geniuses that he would be jealous of in the future. In this way, the era would change. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was too unrealistic. Now, he had unexpectedly returned to the past 1,000 years ago. While Duan Lingtian was shocked, he couldn't help but think about it. If Master's guess is right, I will meet Duan Xiaoyu in this era. Moreover, we will have some interactions, and she will recognize me as her elder brother. When all these thoughts appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he suddenly thought of something. In this era, Kerr shouldn't have reincarnated yet, right? She should still be the eldest daughter of the Xia family in the world of divine remains. Xia Ning Shui. After thinking about this, Duan Lingtian's heart palpitated. The first thought that came to his mind was to go to the Xia family in the world of divine remains and find a chance to meet Kerr in this era. At that time, the current Kerr, or Xia Ning Shui, definitely didn't know him. Should I go and have a look? In the end, Duan Lingtian could no longer suppress his curiosity and decided to make a trip to the world of divine remains. At this time, the realm battlefield had yet to open. It was easy for him to go to the world of divine remains from the mystic gangland. In fact, it was easy for him to go to the lower realms as well. Moreover, since he was from a lower realm, his strength would not be suppressed there. For example, people from the realms of gods would have their strength suppressed in the lower realms. Cultivators from different realms of gods won't be suppressed when they travel to other realms of gods. However, their strength will be suppressed when they travel to lower realms of gods, Duan Lingtian explained. I wonder if those natives of the realms of gods will have their strength suppressed when they go to the lower realms. For the time being, Duan Lingtian did not know the answer to this question. However, when he told the world, cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements in his little world, the answer he received was affirmative. Before this, Duan Lingtian had told the world, cleansing divine water, about his return to the past. Naturally, the world cleansing divine water was baffled by this as well. According to the world cleansing divine water, Even the weakest gods and supreme powerhouses who were skilled in the law of time would not be able to send someone back to the past, let alone ultimate gods. They might not even be able to send someone back 15 minutes in time, let alone 1,000 years. Even if they could do it, they would have to pay a huge price. Even the natives of the realms of gods would have their strength suppressed in the lower realms, Duan Ling Tian explained. Of course, that's only for ordinary supreme powerhouses. Once these paragons give birth to the paragon godhead, they will no longer be suppressed. Not only will these ultimate experts' strength be suppressed in the lower dimensions before they develop the ultimate expert divinity, but they'll also be suppressed in the outer realm. Of course, not many of them will be suppressed in the outer realm. Some of them are peak high-level ultimate gods. It's also because of this that these supreme experts rarely go to the outer realms before they give birth to the supreme expert godhead. The root of the matter is that they are all afraid of death. Currently, the world-cleansing divine water had recovered significantly with the help of the divine containment spring. No. The world-cleansing divine water said in a panicked voice, "Little Tian, shut down your little world." I can sense that there is a repulsive force between the me of this era and myself. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the world-cleansing divine water's panicked expression. He noticed the divine tree of life in his little world that had recovered its powerful aura was weakening. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian hastily shut down his little world without any hesitation. It was also at this moment that the palpitating feeling in his heart disappeared without a trace. Chapter 43-47. It turns out that two lives existing in the same era at the same time will be rejected. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood why nothing would happen to him when he appeared in this era of the past. There was no him in this era. In other words, he had not been born in this era. At the very least, he would not be born until 100 years later. In other words, reversing time and allowing a person to return to the past can only allow him to return to an era without him. Reversing time and sending a person back to the past, it must be that the earlier one returns, the greater the price one has to pay. There is no doubt about this. And in the God-defying realm, generally speaking, not to mention a medium ultimate God who has consolidated his cultivation, even a lower ultimate God, I'm afraid you can't find one under 1,000 years old, right? At least in my era, you can't find one. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this through the fact that Ning Yishuan, the genius of the Ning family, was recognized as the number one person in the younger generation of the God-defying realm. In the God-defying realm, generally under 1,000 years old, to be able to become an emperor god or even a superior divine emperor is considered a monster. And even if such existences are sent back 1,000 years ago, it is difficult for them to interfere with the major trend of history. On the other hand, they can interfere with the minor trend, but it has nothing to do with the overall situation. Now, returning to the past before he was born, Duan Lingtian thought for a while and also understood a lot of things. Of course, as for why he was sent back, he had already guessed that it was most likely related to the supreme expert who gave him the supreme expert of the time law divine deity. He must have paid a great price to send me back 1,000 years ago. What is he scheming? If the other party did not have any ulterior motives, Duan Lingtian would not believe it at all. Could it be that he wants to cultivate me first and then take over my body? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Although he was not sure if the supreme expert would also have 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, if he would also be killed by the heavenly tribulation that he could not withstand as time passed. However, this did not dispel his vigilance. He was not related to the other party at all, so why would the other party pay such a huge price to send him back to 1,000 years ago? Moreover, from the beginning to the end, before he left, the other party did not ask him to return to the past to complete any mission or do anything to change the future. Now that he had returned to the past, it would be difficult for the other party to speak to him. Of course, the other party definitely existed in this era, but they definitely did not recognize him and did not know of his existence. It was even more impossible for the other party to know that they would send a completely unrelated person back to this era 1,000 years later. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Let's go and seek her first. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had arrived at the Divine Offering Land and was near the Xia clan's estate. With his current level of power, even if he were to visit the Xia family, the current master of the Xia family, who was Ker's father, would definitely welcome him. However, he did not do so. This was because he didn't want to change anything related to Ker. He would leave the past as it was now. He did not even intend to disturb Ker, because the current Ker was not Ker yet. She was purely Xia Ningxue, the first miss of the Xia family, a giant, godly, venerable level family in the world of divine remains. He only came to see her from afar, so that he would not disturb her and let her know of his existence. Otherwise, once history was rewritten, he did not know what would happen. It would be fine if there were no negative consequences, but if there were, it would be too late for regrets. She has been cultivating in seclusion all this time. Duan Lingtian stayed in the world of divine remains for nearly half a month, and soon found out that the first miss of the Xia family, Xia Ningxue, had been cultivating in seclusion recently and had not appeared for more than 10 years. Although Duan Lingtian felt that it was a pity, he was not too emotional. Soon, he left the world of divine remains again. It was not realistic to continue waiting for Xia Ningxue to come out of seclusion. It was better to return to the mystic gangland. He also wanted to know if he really knew the Duan Xiaoyu in this era. After returning to the mystic gangland, Duan Lingtian deliberately avoided everything related to the Wandala Palace and everything that he came in contact with in the future era. He did not deliberately avoid other things. He would meet whatever he was supposed to meet. It was not until 2 years later that Duan Lingtian met Duan Xiaoyu. It is indeed her that I met this time. Although Duan Lingtian originally had some guesses, when he really met Duan Xiaoyu here, he could not help but feel excited. The Duan Xiaoyu in this era was not called Duan Xiaoyu. She was called Xiaoyu. She followed her mother's surname, Qiao, until she met Duan Lingtian and was saved by Duan Lingtian. She could be said to be very dependent on Duan Lingtian. This was also related to her background. In her eyes, other than her mother, Duan Lingtian was the person who treated her the best. She, for Duan Lingtian, added an additional Duan to her original name, which could be considered as following Duan Lingtian's surname. Duan Lingtian did not stop this, because the future Duan Xiaoyu told him that even if he stopped it, it would be useless. Duan Xiaoyu would still be Duan Xiaoyu in the future. Brother, in the future, I want to take revenge with my own hands. Although Duan Xiaoyu was young, her tenacity and persistence made Duan Lingtian's heart ache. At the same time, he did not insist on standing up for her. Duan Xiaoyu, whose original name was Qiaoyu, was the biological daughter of the young sect master of a heavyweight, godly, venerable level sect. She was the daughter of the young sect master of a major, godly, venerable level sect. Later on, in order to ensure that his marriage partner would not discover the wife and daughter he had left behind outside, he personally took action and brought people to kill the mother and daughter pair. At the same time, he sent out his trusted subordinates to hunt down the mother and daughter pair. They were Duan Xiaoyu and her biological mother. Duan Xiaoyu's biological mother was killed in order to protect her. Duan Lingtian saved Duan Xiaoyu at the critical moment when she was almost killed. At the same time, he killed all the people who attacked her. After learning about Duan Xiaoyu's background, and the instigator of all this was actually her biological father, Duan Lingtian could not help but want a medal in this matter. However, Duan Xiaoyu said that she wanted to take revenge with her own hands in the future. Duan Lingtian respected her decision when he saw how serious she was. It was also from that moment onwards that Duan Lingtian began to bring her with him as he traveled in this era. In the beginning, he did not think much of it, However, as time passed, he discovered that Duan Xiaoyu's divine power was suppressed by him the entire time he was bringing her with him. She was unable to make any progress. No matter how Duan Xiaoyu cultivated, she was unable to make any progress. At that moment, he realized that it was most likely because he came from the future that he was affecting Duan Xiaoyu's cultivation. His first thought was to find a family or a person to entrust Duan Xiaoyu to. However, Duan Xiaoyu refused him. "Big brother, do you not want me anymore?" The girl he saw in the future was only a little girl. She appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old. Her delicate and pitiful appearance made one feel sorry and pity for her. "Little you." Duan Lingtian rubbed Duan Xiaoyu's little head and shook his head. "It's naturally not that Big Brother doesn't want you anymore. Rather, it's because it's difficult for your strength to make any progress if you're with Big Brother. Big Brother, I'll tell you a secret, okay?" In order to prevent this little girl from overthinking things, Duan Lingtian told this little girl the secret that he came from the future. Although it was somewhat outrageous, the little girl believed in Duan Lingtian unconditionally. The reason for that was because, in her eyes, this Big Brother who doted on her the most in this world apart from her mother would not lie to her. "Big Brother, but little you doesn't want to leave you. Little you, didn't you want to personally avenge your mother? If you're unable to increase your cultivation like this, how are you going to avenge your mother? Big Brother, in that case, will little you be able to see Big Brother again in the future?" "Of course. However, the person you'll see in the future will definitely be your future Big Brother. Promise, Big Brother, that if you meet me before I recognize you, you must definitely not reveal your identity." At that moment, Duan Lingtian told Duan Xiaoyu where he would meet her in the future. At the same time, he told her not to reveal that she knew him. The reason for that was because his future self would not know who Duan Xiaoyu was. "Also, before we part ways, Big Brother will find someone to take care of you." Originally, Duan Lingtian planned to find a family for Duan Xiaoyu, but Duan Xiaoyu refused. She said she could only accept finding someone to take care of her because her mother had also taken care of her alone in the past. Duan Lingtian did not force her and began to look for candidates. At first, he looked for a few candidates. They were all at the ultimate god realm. There were medium-level ultimate gods and high-level ultimate gods. They were all saved by Duan Lingtian when their lives were hanging by a thread. Among these few people, some of them were extremely respectful and grateful to Duan Lingtian. They even said that if Duan Lingtian ever needed them, they would even be willing to give up their lives for Duan Lingtian. However, after Duan Lingtian handed Duan Xiaoyu over to them, this group of people treated her well at first. However, when Duan Lingtian pretended to be protecting Duan Xiaoyu in a life and death crisis, they all abandoned her and left her behind. At that moment, Duan Lingtian knew that these people were unreliable. In the end, he killed them all. "I can save your lives, and I can also take them back." There were also some people who owed Duan Lingtian their lives and did not state that they would sacrifice their lives for him. Duan Lingtian did not ask much of them and did not hand Duan Xiaoyu over to them. However, Duan Lingtian did not show any mercy to those who had expressed their stance and reneged on their promises. "You don't have to promise me anything. I won't do anything to you. It's fine even if I save your life for free. However, once a promise was made, it had to be made. You're the one." After more than 10 experiments, Duan Lingtian finally found a reliable person. This person, at the moment of life and death, still wanted to protect Duan Xiaoyu and send her away. It was an old woman. She was a high-level ultimate god who had just consolidated her cultivation. Chapter 43-48. The old woman was a consecrator of an important ultimate god sect in the Xiangyang land. She had many followers, and Duan Lingtian could not help but look at one of them when he saw her. This was because he had seen her before. She was the beautiful woman who had accompanied Duan Xiaoyu for the first time in 1,000 years. She was a lesser god emperor. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile when he recalled the first time they met. When she attacked, everyone thought she was a divine emperor. She was Yu Qiuxuan. She was the beautiful woman who had appeared with Duan Qiaoyu at the auction before he entered the hidden Fog Academy in the Xiangang land. At that time, Yu Qiuxuan was mysterious and powerful. She could crush him with a single finger. But now, young Master Duan. In front of Duan Lingtian, Yu Qiuxuan was extremely respectful when she learned that Duan Lingtian was stronger than the old man behind her, even though he was only a medium ultimate god. She did not even dare to look Duan Lingtian in the eye. No wonder! Duan Lingtian finally understood why Yu Qiuxuan, who was extremely powerful at that time, was willing to respectfully address him as young Master Duan at the auction 1,000 years later. It turned out that she had seen him 1,000 years ago. She had seen him return to the past from the future. Of course, the current Lin Mingya did not know that she would meet him 1,000 years later, before he had grown up. Duan Lingtian was ready to leave after spending a few more days with Duan Qiaoyu. Big brother, will you come back? Duan Qiaoyu's face was filled with reluctance. Her beautiful cheeks were wet with tears, making her look pitiful. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian patted Duan Qiaoyu's little head and smiled warmly. Didn't I tell you? You'll be able to see me soon. I can't come back. You'll be able to see me when you grow up. Didn't I tell you the location? Have you forgotten? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. No, Duan Qiaoyu said reluctantly. I just feel that 1,000 years is too long. Not long. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Cultivate well. I hope that when I see you again, you'll already be a god emperor or even a supreme god. Although Duan Lingtian could see the little girl's reluctance, he also knew that he could not continue to stay by her side and affect her. He came from the future. In the past, not only did he not make any progress in his cultivation, even the people around him did not make any progress in their cultivation. It was as if he was a star of calamity. As long as one maintained a close distance from him, they would not be able to cultivate and improve themselves. Wherever he went, it was as if he was in a space where cultivation was prohibited. I can't even cultivate. Why did you send me back? Comprehending the laws of time. Now, Duan Lingtian also vaguely realized something. In this place, he could not cultivate, nor could he comprehend other laws. Only the laws of time did not seem to be restricted in any way. In fact, it was twice as easy to comprehend it with half the effort. It was the same feeling as when he comprehended other laws in those secret chambers in the past. Therefore, after separating from Duan Qiaoyu and the others, Duan Lingtian found a place to meditate on the laws of time. Other than that, he only went out twice. He went to the Xia family in the divine offering land. However, in the Xia family, Ker's previous life, Xia Ningxue, had been cultivating in seclusion. He had never seen her. Perhaps she will only come out when I'm about to be born in this era. Forget it. I don't want to see her anymore. So what if I see her? She's not Ker yet. The Xia Ningxue of this era was Xia Ningxue. She was simply the daughter of the Xia family in the divine offering land. She had not experienced Ker's life and had nothing to do with him for the time being. Therefore, Duan Lingtian soon figured it out and began to focus on comprehending the laws of time in this era. He completely forgot about the time in the midst of comprehending. During this process, he discovered that the speed at which he comprehended the laws of time was extremely fast. It was even faster than when he used the supreme godhead of the laws of space to comprehend the laws of time. This was beyond the scope of the supreme godhead. That supreme godhead. How did he do it? He made me a medium-level supreme god, travel from the future to the past. It's unbelievable. Moreover, I'm from the future. In this era, the speed at which I comprehend the laws of time is ridiculously fast. Duan Lingtian could be considered as someone who had seen great storms. However, he was still shocked by the speed at which he comprehended the laws of time. Moreover, he discovered that comprehending the laws of time here did not seem to be peaceful. The laws of time now should be at the level of illumination of 100,000 miles in the dimensional battlefield, not long after. Now, it should be at the level of illumination of 1,000,000 miles in the dimensional battlefield. Another period of time passed. Now, I feel like the laws of time I've mastered has caught up with my laws of space. If I continue to comprehend the laws of time here, won't my laws of time surpass my laws of space? Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, he felt an inexplicable sense of excitement in his heart. However, reality hit him mercilessly. This time, it didn't take long for him to feel an irresistible force assaulting him from all directions and enveloping his entire body. In the next instant, he lost consciousness. At the moment he lost consciousness, there was only one thought left in his mind. I'm going back? There was no need to guess where he was going. He was definitely going back to the future. He had long guessed that if he was really sent back to the past, the person who sent him back would have to pay a corresponding price for every minute and second he stayed in the past. It would be strange if he did not have to pay a price for sending someone back to the past. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten about time as he was comprehending the laws of time. Little did he know that when he left this era, his father was also born in a mundane realm called the Saint Province realm in the lower secondary realm. When he left, his father, Duan Rafeng, was just 3 years old. Currently, Duan Rafeng was still a naughty little boy who ran around naked with snot on his nose. He did not even dream that he would have such an outstanding son in the future. When Duan Lingtian regained his consciousness, he discovered he had returned to the place where he was before he returned to the past, where the divine corporeal spring was located. At this moment, he was standing there with the godhead of a supreme powerhouse hovering in the void in front of him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a little dazed. It was as though only a moment had passed. He did not feel as though he had returned to 1,000 years ago and spent a long time cultivating the law of time. My laws of time. In order to verify this, Duan Lingtian deliberately tried to sense his laws of time. He soon discovered that his laws of time were the same as the laws of time in the past. In fact, since he could sense the laws of space in this era, he was able to confirm this. The laws of time that he had mastered were no weaker than the laws of space. If I had stayed in the past for a while longer, my laws of time would definitely be stronger than the laws of space. What a pity! Although Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly and felt that it was a pity, he quickly regained his senses. He felt that he was being too greedy. Even the current situation was something that many people dreamt of. In the past, I had stayed in the past for many years. However, in this era, only a moment has passed. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses and received the supreme powerhouse divinity from the law of time, he felt as though a lifetime had passed. However, at the same time, he felt as though only a moment had passed. After receiving the supreme powerhouse Godhead, Duan Lingtian faced the void in front of him and bowed deeply. Many thanks, Senior. He knew that the other party must have paid a heavy price for what he had just experienced. At the same time, the calm voice seemed to come from all directions. It's best that you advance both the laws of time and the laws of space in your future cultivation path. It will be of great benefit to you when you become a supreme powerhouse. Also, there's something wrong with your wife in the Xia family in the divine offering land. Now, I'll send you there directly. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although it would take a lot of time and effort to cultivate the law of time and the law of space at the same time, it was not impossible. After all, he now had the supreme powerhouse Godhead of the laws of space and the supreme powerhouse Godhead of the laws of time. Even if he advanced both the laws of time and the laws of space at the same time, his comprehension speed would still be faster than others who comprehended only one law. However, when he heard the other party's words, Duan Lingtian's expression froze. Did something happen to his wife? Kerr. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed, he felt a monstrous force shrouding his body. Then the scenery in front of him shook and he could not see clearly at all. When he regained his vision, he realized that he had appeared in front of a brand new mansion. Although the mansion was brand new, he could tell at a glance that it was the Xia family's mansion in the Divine Offering Land. He had seen it from afar in the past. Now, he had directly crossed the security perimeter outside the Xia family's mansion and entered the Xia family's mansion. If it was in the past, he would definitely be extremely vigilant if he entered rashly. However, now he only had his wife, Kerr, in his mind. Duan Lingtian appeared near the Xia family's mansion out of thin air. Therefore, even the patrolling Xia family members only regained their senses after he appeared for a while. Then they surrounded him. "Who are you? Who are you? Why did you barge into the Xia family's mansion?" Chapter 40, 349. Under normal circumstances, Duan Lingtian would have been horrified to be thrown out of the Xia family mansion by an ultimate expert and into the Xia family's sphere of influence. However, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with worry as he faced the questioning of the Xia family's patrolling disciples. What happened to Kerr? What did that ultimate expert mean by that? Currently, Duan Lingtian only wanted to know everything. Therefore, when faced with the questioning of the patrolling disciples of the Xia family, not only did he not respond, he even flew towards the Xia family mansion. He wanted to know what had happened to his wife, Kerr. If even an ultimate expert said that something had happened to his wife, it must be something serious. After all, no matter how small a problem was in the eyes of an ultimate expert, it was still a big problem for people like them. For example, killing a top high-level ultimate god was not a big problem for an ultimate expert. However, for most people, it was a dream that they could not achieve in their lifetime. Stop him. He wants to barge into our Xia family mansion. Take him down. Do it. Duan Lingtian flew towards the Xia clan's estate. However, before he could get close, he was stopped by a group of patrolling elders and disciples who appeared in the Xia clan's estate. At the same time, the Xia family members who caught up with him also surrounded Duan Lingtian with a group of people in front of him. Get lost. Faced with a group of Xia family elders and disciples, Duan Lingtian, who was burning with anxiety, could only maintain his rationality and not kill them. The space storm raged all over his body, shaking the void and forcing the Xia family members to retreat. In the space storm, a terrifying space order appeared. Although the divine power that activated the space order was only a medium ultimate god's divine power, it was an irresistible force to the patrolling elders and disciples of the Xia family. The strongest among the Xia family elders and disciples were only 3 medium ultimate gods. How could he possibly be a match for Duan Lingtian, who had improved his strength to the point where he was comparable to most superior ultimate gods? Even if they tried to defend themselves, their powers were insignificant in front of Duan Lingtian. It could even be said that stars could not compete with the brightness of the moon. As a medium ultimate god, Duan Lingtian was able to defeat the Xia clan's 3 medium ultimate gods, a dozen lower ultimate gods, and a few upper divine emperors. If he had not held back in time, apart from the 3 intermediate ultimate gods, none of the Xia clan members would have survived Duan Lingtian's attack. Boom! When the energy dissipated, Duan Lingtian stood in the air, leaving behind a group of pale-faced Xia clan members who were watching from afar. Their eyes were filled with fear. Such power! He is only a medium ultimate god? How can a medium ultimate god be so powerful? I've seen the Patriarch fight before. Even if the Patriarch doesn't use any divine weapons, I'm afraid that's the most he can do. A medium ultimate god is almost as powerful as the Patriarch. They were shocked and found it unbelievable. Many of them even thought that they were dreaming. How could a medium ultimate god possess such terrifying strength? Of course, they were soon able to confirm that they were not dreaming. Humph! Just as Duan Lingtian was about to step into the Xia family mansion, a cold snort was heard from within the Xia family mansion. Then, an old and burly figure appeared in the sky. Behind him was a group of people. There were old people and middle-aged people. At this moment, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. Their faces were filled with anger. Clearly, they were angry because someone had barged into the Xia family home and hurt their family members. These people were the Xia family's current generation elders. The old man leading them was the second elder of the Xia family. "Who are you? Why did you barge into the Xia family mansion?" The second elder of the Xia clan, who was leading the group, glared at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. When they arrived outside the Xia clan's estate, they stood opposite Duan Lingtian and asked coldly, "I am Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had calmed down after venting his anger. He no longer continued to fight. "I came here because I heard from the Supreme Powerhouse Senior who gave me the reward for being the first on the Chaos Regions overall ranking that something happened to my wife, the eldest young miss of your Xia clan, Xia Ningshui. I have no intention of fighting with the Xia family. I am here to find my wife," Duan Lingtian said loudly. As soon as Duan Lingtian said that, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Duan Lingtian? If this name still made them a little uncertain, then it was a name that made them a little unsure. However, when Duan Lingtian mentioned the upgraded reward of the First Lady of the Chaos Realm's overall leaderboard, a series of heavy breathing could be heard. Not only was the name Duan Lingtian not unfamiliar to them, but it was also very familiar. This was because the name Duan Lingtian had been heard everywhere in the Divine Offering Land and other realms of gods. Therefore, they knew about Duan Lingtian's past. Duan Lingtian came from a mundane realm in a lower secondary realm. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a lower ultimate god. He had won the first place on the lower ultimate god list and the overall leaderboard in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. Although he was only a lower ultimate god, it was suspected that his strength was comparable to a top intermediate ultimate god. He is Duan Lingtian. It's him. I heard that the First Lady has a husband who is from the mundane realm. I heard that he is very weak. How can he be so strong? He is the son-in-law of the Xia family. Earlier, the Xia clan disciples who were originally slightly fearful and ashamed of being injured by Duan Lingtian had all recovered from their shock at this moment, and their faces revealed joyful expressions. They were angry because they thought he was an outsider. Now that they knew he was the son-in-law of the Xia family, the slight doubt in their hearts was gone. Before this, after their First Lady's accident, Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia family, had personally ordered that if Duan Lingtian came to visit, they must not be rude and treat him like a VIP. At that time, they thought the clan leader only did that because Duan Lingtian was a monstrous genius. At the same time, many of them thought that even if the Xia family was a giant ultimate god clan in the Divine Offering Land, Duan Lingtian might not be willing to come if they invited Duan Lingtian. Now, Duan Lingtian was recognized as the strongest person among the younger generation in the various divine planes. Many giant ultimate god clans had offered very generous terms to invite him to join them. They all thought the clan leader was flattering himself by giving such an order. What right did Duan Lingtian have to come to their place? Now that they heard Duan Lingtian mention that the First Lady of the Xia family, Xia Ningshui, was his wife, they suddenly understood. No wonder the clan leader gave such an order. At that time, I thought it was a little strange, but now it seems normal. Yes, since Duan Lingtian is the clan leader's son-in-law, it's normal for him to come to our Xia family. Haha, this time our Xia family is rich. We actually have such a genius here. The group of Xia family disciples was pleasantly surprised. As the person in question, Duan Lingtian was a little stunned by the group of Xia family disciple surprise. The clan leader of the Xia family, Ker's father in her previous life, was also her father in this life. How could he order the Xia family to treat him like a VIP? Why was he being so polite? He found it hard to imagine. In his eyes, the clan leader of the Xia family, Xiaoyu, had always been the villain because he had forced Ker's previous life to marry Yun Qinyan. Xiajia, the third master of the Xia family, also held a deep grudge against him. How could such a person welcome him to the Xia family? Is it because he knows about my achievements in the dimensional battlefield? Or is it because something happened to Ker? Duan Lingtian's expression changed again when he thought of this. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the furious second elder of the Xia family and the group of Xia family elders behind him were stunned. They never expected the young man in front of them to be Duan Lingtian. It was only now that they realized the young man in front of them was indeed the same as the rumors about Duan Lingtian. He was dressed in purple, had a handsome face, and had an extraordinary temperament. That's not right. Suddenly, one of the Xia family elders' expression changed. Isn't Duan Lingtian just a lower ultimate god? I heard that when he last appeared in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, he was still a lower ultimate god and had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. But now, he's a medium ultimate god, and he's a medium ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation base. Earlier, before the Xia family elders came out, they had received a message that a medium ultimate god had barged into the Xia family and was very powerful. It was suspected that he was not weaker than a top-upper ultimate god. Of course, they did not take it seriously. It was basically impossible for a medium ultimate god to be comparable to a top-upper ultimate god. Even the two strongest known mid-level ultimate gods were only comparable to some of the best among the upper-level ultimate gods. There was still a big gap between them and the top upper-level ultimate gods. However, now that they had confirmed the person before them was Duan Lingtian, the disbelief in their hearts began to waver. Duan Lingtian has broken through to the medium ultimate god, and he has consolidated his cultivation base. The dimensional battlefield has only been closed for a few years, right? He has broken through just like that? What's going on? Isn't his cultivation speed a little too fast? Wasn't he stuck at the lower ultimate god realm for many years and could not even consolidate his cultivation base? How come he's a medium ultimate god now? Some of the Xia family elders took the lead and spoke first. The group of Xia family members who were present reacted and were in an uproar. It seems that he has absorbed a large amount of divine spring water, said one of the Xia family elders. As soon as he said that, everyone agreed with him. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian again. Divine spring water. Not only did he get the opportunity to bathe in the divine spring water, but he also got a large amount of divine spring water. Since he was the son-in-law of the Xia family, did that mean that he would also give some of the divine spring water to the Xia family? Chapter 4350. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect that he would be so welcomed in front of the Xia clan for the first time. Of course, after listening to many Xia clan members, he also realized that the reason why they were so warm to him was not only because of the Xia clan master's greeting, but also because of the large amount of divine corporeal spring in his hands. The divine corporeal spring was a treasure that all ultimate experts dreamed of, not to mention the Xia clan members. This world is indeed so realistic no matter where you are. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. At this moment, the second elder of the Xia clan no longer looked angry and was replaced with a warm smile. So it's the son-in-law. Hello, son-in-law. I'm Xia Dongming, the second elder of the Xia clan. Previously, Xiao Dongming did not believe that there was a medium ultimate god whose strength was comparable to a top upper ultimate god. However, after confirming the identity of the purple-clothed young man in front of him, he believed it. After all, the person in front of him was someone who could compete with a top medium ultimate god before he had consolidated his cultivation as a lower ultimate god. Now, he had not only stepped into the medium ultimate god realm, but also consolidated his cultivation as a medium ultimate god. It was conceivable that his strength was not weaker than a top upper ultimate god. Perhaps the title of the number one medium ultimate god in the god-defying world will change again. Xia Dongming thought to himself. Previously, in the upgraded version of the Chaos region of the dimensional battlefield, there were ultimate experts who boasted that Hong Yifeng from the Myriad Art Academy in the Shengang land was so strong that he could be called the number one medium ultimate god in the god-defying world. Later on, when the upgraded Chaos Territories mid-level ultimate gods ranking list and overall ranking list were released, a previously unknown genius had not only taken first place on the mid-level ultimate gods ranking list, but he had also taken second place on the overall ranking list. At that time, many people felt that the number one medium ultimate god in the god-defying world should be this person. However, Hong Yifeng was appointed by the supreme expert after all. Therefore, many people who trusted the supreme expert also felt that Hong Yifeng was the number one medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Now, those people are divided into two camps. One camp supports Hong Yifeng, while the other camp supports Yu Xianshi. However, if those people from both camps know that Duan Lingtian has now entered the medium ultimate god realm and has consolidated his cultivation base, they will definitely agree that Duan Lingtian is stronger than Hong Yifeng and Yu Xianshi. Xia Dongming had no doubt about this. He knew how high Duan Lingtian's current popularity was, and there were even people who said Duan Lingtian was the strongest lower ultimate god that had ever appeared in the history of the god-defying realm. At the very least, there had never been such a powerful lower-level ultimate god in the known history of the various planes of gods. It was said that this was acknowledged by some of the most powerful beings who had lived for a long time. "Young master, this way, please." Without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak, Xia Dongming repeatedly invited Duan Lingtian into the Xia clan. At the same time, he said, "The third master has also instructed us to inform him immediately if you come. Now, the third master is rushing over here." Duan Lingtian flew into the Xia clan under the warm welcome of the second elder of the Xia clan. The Xia clan mansion was very big, and everything was brand new. This made him a little puzzled. The Xia clan was a giant ultimate god family with a long history in the world of divine remains. Even if the family mansion was usually well maintained, it should not be so brand new. Of course, he only took a few glances. After a few thoughts, he was focused on Kerr. "Second elder Kerr, did something happen to your young lady?" The second elder of the Xia clan, Xia Dongming, who was originally smiling brightly, stiffened when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Just now, he was so focused on greeting this person that he completely forgot about his young lady's current situation. "Young master." Xia Dongming smiled wryly and said, "It's a long story. You should ask the third master when you see him later." He could tell this person in front of him did not know about his young lady's current situation. He did not plan to tell him personally. What if Xia Dongming was dissatisfied and decided to vent his anger on him? Although the possibility of that happening was very small. Nevertheless, he still had to be on his guard. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he was looking forward to meeting the third master of the Xia clan, Xia Jia. He still remembered the sloppy middle-aged man whom he had met nearly 1,000 years ago. The 7 orifices, exquisite, sword in his hand was given to him by Xia Jia. Moreover, Xia Jia had also given him a fragment of the profound divine metal, allowing him to begin his journey of collecting the 5 divine elements. As for the 5 divine elements, they had also played a crucial role in his growth. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw a figure flying toward him. He was still as sloppy and unruly as before. Time did not seem to have left any traces on him. "Good boy, you're finally here." This was the first thing Xiajie said when he saw Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had always been calm, he could not help but feel excited when he saw Xiajie again. Third uncle! Third uncle! This was how Xiajie had asked Duan Lingtian to address him in the past. She. Although Duan Lingtian was excited to see Xiajie, he did not forget about his wife, This was especially so when Duan Lingtian mentioned the joy on Xiajie's face disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy expression. Duan Lingtian's expression changed as well. It seemed like something had really happened to Although Duan Lingtian did not suspect the supreme powerhouse, he could not help but feel his heart tremble when he saw Xiajie's expression. Third uncle! Duan Lingtian wanted to ask more questions, but Xiajie interrupted him. I'll bring you to see her. I'll make a long story short for you on the way. Upon hearing Xiajie's words, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and followed after Xiajie. The Xia clan's second elder and the others stopped in their tracks and watched the two of them leave. Second elder, do you think the son-in-law will stay? One of the Xia clan's elders could not help but ask. It's hard to say. Xia Dongming shook his head, indicating that he did not know either. At the same time, a few of the Xia clan's elders had quietly sent out messages. They left the Xia clan and went in 4 different directions. The Xia family was not as united as a rock. Although they were all members of the Xia clan, many of them were in contact with people from other forces. One of the messages was sent to the Yun clan, a giant ultimate god clan in the world of divine remains. The Yun clan's patriarch, Yun Tingfeng, received the message. Duan Lingtian went to the Xia clan. When Yun Tingfeng finished reading the message, his face turned gloomy. Although he knew that this day would come, he didn't expect it to come so soon. He has entered the medium ultimate god realm, and he has consolidated his cultivation base. His strength is not weaker than the Xia clan's patriarch Xiaoyu. Yun Tingfeng's eyes were filled with vigilance. He knew it would not be easy to deal with Duan Lingtian now, unless the Yun clan's patriarch made a move personally, or he found a few superior ultimate gods to join forces and kill Duan Lingtian. However, if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he would need a chance. Such chances were very rare. Even if it's difficult, I have to think of a way to deal with him. He has consolidated his cultivation base as a medium ultimate god. Once he enters the upper ultimate god realm, who in the Yun clan will be his match, except for the patriarch. Thinking of that, Yun Tingfeng couldn't help but reveal an anxious expression. In the Xia clan's mansion, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know how Yun Tingfeng, the Yun clan's patriarch, was feeling right now. He followed Xiajie all the way to Ker's residence and learned the ins and outs of the matter from Xiajie. Ker had fallen into a coma. Her soul had been imprisoned. It was the imprisonment of the Sucking Soul clan. Yun Qingyan, the eldest young master of the Yun clan, had somehow merged with the Sucking Soul clan from the Bloody World in the Outer Realm. Moreover, the Sucking Soul clan member was a paramount expert. After Yun Qingyan had merged with the paramount expert, his temperament had changed drastically. He was no longer obsessed with competing with Duan Lingtian for Ker. However, he was still obsessed with the idea that even if Ker was with someone else, he would not let Ker be with Duan Lingtian. Yun Qingyan. Duan Lingtian's eyes burned with rage. He did not expect the good-for-nothing from the Yun clan, whom he did not take seriously, would cause so much trouble. Moreover, he had taken a shortcut to become a paramount expert. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that Yun Qingyan was no longer Yun Qingyan after becoming a paramount expert in such a manner. Third uncle, is there any way to wake her up? Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice. Can we ask a paramount expert to help dispel the energy around her soul? No. Xiajie shook his head when he heard this. In the past, there was a paramount expert who appeared, my brother, and I begged him to help. However, he said that even a paramount expert could do nothing about it. This was because the person who helped was also a paramount expert. Xiajie said. Duan Lingtian's expression changed again when he heard this. Initially, he had thought that if a paramount expert could save Kerr, he could contact the two paramount experts he had met earlier and ask them for help. Perhaps he could ask the old ancestor of the Xia clan to help. At most, he would return the favor in the future. However, he did not expect that even a paramount expert would be useless. The paramount expert said, Xiajie continued to say, there are only two ways to wake Shui up. The first way is to ask the paramount expert to dispel the restriction on Shui. Of course, this method is impossible. The second way is to kill the paramount expert. Once the paramount expert is dead, the restriction he left in Shui, Er's soul will naturally disappear. The restriction is similar to the soul energy that an ordinary person infuses into a soul pearl. It will dissipate with the passage of time. However, I'm afraid Shui won't be able to hold on before the restriction disappears. Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he heard Xiajie's words. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was led by Xiajie to a mansion within the Xia clan's mansion. As soon as they entered the mansion within the mansion, Duan Lingtian saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the air above the mansion. He did not know if the figure was cultivating or resting with his eyes closed. Chapter 40, 351. It was a middle-aged man with a handsome and dignified appearance. Although he was sitting cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed, there was still an aura emanating from him. It was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time. When Duan Lingtian and Xiajie entered, he opened his eyes and nodded at Xiajie. He then looked at Duan Lingtian, who was next to Xiajie, with a complicated look in his eyes. As soon as Duan Lingtian's identity was revealed, he received many messages from the Xia clan's elders informing him that his son-in-law had arrived. To be honest, at first, he was not satisfied with his son-in-law. She felt that it was because her daughter had lost her memories after reincarnating that she had taken a liking to this man who came from a lower secondary plane. Therefore, when Yun Qingyan brought his daughter back, he did not resent Yun Qingyan for breaking up the two of them, because he sincerely thought Yun Qingyan was not good enough for his daughter. However, a series of rumors later on, and how Yun Qingyan had stirred up a storm in the chaos realm of the dimensional battlefield, and the upgraded version of the chaos realm forced him to take him seriously. It was a miracle that someone who came from a low-level mortal plane, especially one with the worst speed plane in the low-level mortal plane, could reach where he was today even if he had encountered many opportunities along the way. Although many of the current supreme experts in the God-defying realm were also from low-level mortal planes, it was a miracle for them to rise up and become supreme experts. However, compared to Duan Lingtian's miraculous journey, it was insignificant. No one had ever become a divine, venerable from nothing in just 1,000 years. He is indeed a medium ultimate god now. The next moment, Xiaoyu, the patriarch of the Xia clan, confirmed that his son-in-law, whom he had met for the first time, had indeed become a medium ultimate god and had even consolidated his cultivation base. Regarding this, it was both surprising and not surprising at the same time. He was surprised that Yun Qingyan had improved from a lower ultimate god who had not fully consolidated his cultivation base to a medium ultimate god who had fully consolidated his cultivation base in such a short time. He was not surprised that Yun Qingyan had soaked in the divine, corrupting spring. His improvement was within an acceptable range. It would be out of his expectations if the other party had entered the high-level ultimate god realm. Lingtian, this is my elder brother, Xiaoyu, the current head of the Xia family. At this moment, Xiajie, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, began to introduce the middle-aged man to Duan Lingtian. He had already guessed the middle-aged man's identity. Duan Lingtian looked at him with a complicated expression before nodding his head. Master Xia. By the way, the app I've been using recently, /Mimi /Mimi / reading /app / supports both Android and Apple phones. Patriarch Xia. As Ker's husband, it wasn't appropriate for Duan Lingtian to address Xiaoyu as Patriarch Xia. However, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to call him father like Ker did. Duan Lingtian could not bring himself to do so. After all, Xiaoyu was one of the people who had restricted his relationship with his parents and friends. Xiaoyu was also supportive of Ker's marriage to Yun Qingyan. Duan Lingtian could not even call him Uncle Xia or uncle, let alone father. Addressing him as Patriarch Xia showed how distant he was from Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu heard Duan Lingtian address him as Patriarch Xia, he was obviously stunned. He was considered his son-in-law. Did Xiaoyu just call him son-in-law? When Xia Jie, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, saw Xiaoyu's stunned expression, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He was mocking his elder brother for underestimating the young man beside him in the past. Otherwise, why would things turn out this way? Now, unless his niece asked him to change the way he addressed Xiaoyu, it would be difficult for him to do so. When Xiaoyu came back to his senses, he saw the mocking smile on Xia Jie's face. He knew what Xia Jie was thinking, but he did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he smiled bitterly and sighed. You may go in. She's inside. Don't recklessly use your soul energy to probe her soul. Even if you want to probe her soul, don't go near her. Otherwise, the restrictive force will think you're trying to expel her soul and will perish together with her soul. Xia Yu's expression turned solemn when he finished speaking. Thank you, Patriarch Xia. Duan Lingtian nodded at Xiaoyu. He did not say anything else and continued to walk into the palace. Xia Jie accompanied Duan Lingtian to a room in the mansion. She's in this room. You may go in. You haven't seen her for hundreds of years. Take a good look at her. Xia Jie sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Upon hearing Xia Jie's words, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he pushed the door open and entered the room. As soon as he entered the room, he was stunned. This was because the furnishings in the room were the same as when he and Ker were in the mundane realm. Whether it was the position of the cupboard, the position of the table and chairs, or the position of the bed, everything was the same. A painting hung on the wall beside the cupboard. It was a painting of a man and a woman with a little girl standing next to them. Although the painting was not good, Duan Lingtian recognized it immediately. It was a painting of him, Ker, and their daughter, Duan Xiling. It was a painting of Xiling when she was still young. Ker, I haven't seen how Xiling looks like when she grows up. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. That's her biological daughter. Compared to his wife, he seemed to be luckier. At the very least, he was able to watch his daughter grow up from a little girl to a beautiful young lady. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt tears welling up in his eyes uncontrollably. His heart was also trembling violently. He closed his eyes. Even when he raised his head, 2 streams of tears still rolled down his cheeks. After his tears evaporated, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he mustered up the courage to look at the beautiful figure lying on the bed. 900 years had passed, but his wife still looked the same. However, he knew his wife must have gone through a lot of hardships and dangers during these years. He had entered the realm battlefield before. His wife had been there for hundreds of years. She was lucky to have survived. She had brushed shoulders with death countless times. Duan Lingtian walked to the head of the bed and looked down at his wife before lightly squatting down. He extended his hand and slowly stroked his wife's face. I'm here. It must have been hard on you all these years. Don't worry. I'll wake you up. At that time, I'll bring you back to see our daughter. One day, we'll be reunited as a family. We'll be blessed to be together. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with determination as he mumbled to the end. However, even though Duan Lingtian was speaking emotionally, the woman lying on the bed did not move at all. Her soul was imprisoned and she could not sense anything outside, let alone hear what the people outside were saying. She could not even hear voice transmissions. Also, Duan Lingtian crouched down beside his wife Ker and looked at her affectionately as he recounted all the things that had happened after they had separated. When he reached the end of his story, he saw that his wife did not move at all. She was indifferent and expressionless. He felt as if his heart was being sliced into pieces. "Let's stop here." Duan Lingtian looked at his wife gently. "Perhaps you didn't hear what I said just now. Then, when you wake up in the future, I'll tell you again. No matter how many times you want to hear it, I'll tell you again. Originally, I wanted to bring you back to meet Si Ling so that she can take care of you. However, I'm surrounded by enemies now. I don't know how many people are watching me. In order not to drag you down, I decided not to bring you back. You should stay in the Xia clan for now. After I find a way to wake you up, I'll bring you back to see Si Ling." Today was the day that Duan Lingtian spoke the most in his life. Usually, he would not speak in front of others if he could. This was how he was. However, he could not hold himself back when he saw his wife whom he had not seen for 900 years. Duan Lingtian did not expect half a day and a night would pass in just a blink of an eye. When he walked out of the room, Xia Jia, who was sitting cross-legged in the air on the other side of the courtyard, opened his eyes. "You're out?" Xia Jia asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Currently, this young man who used to be weak in his eyes had become stronger than him. Although he lamented that the new generation had replaced the old, he was happy that his niece had such an outstanding husband. Xia Yu also opened his eyes at this moment. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. Yesterday was his first time meeting Duan Lingtian. Today was his second time meeting Duan Lingtian. Third uncle. When Xia Yu heard how Duan Lingtian addressed Xia Jia, he knew Duan Lingtian was deliberately targeting him by calling him the clan leader of the Xia clan. However, he also knew that he had brought this upon himself. After all, he had been targeting Duan Lingtian all this while. Even if it was for the sake of the clan's future and the safety of the old ancestor who was a supreme powerhouse in the clan, nevertheless, he felt sorry for his son-in-law. It was understandable for Duan Lingtian to behave this way. He comforted himself inwardly. "What do you plan to do next?" Xia Jia asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Xia Jia's question. He asked, "What do you think, third uncle?" Xia Jia looked deeply at Duan Lingtian before he said unhurriedly, "Do you want me to give you a suggestion?" Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew his current situation very well. He was sent directly to the Xia clan by a supreme powerhouse. Now that the Xia clan had spread the news, many people outside the Xia clan must have known he was in the Xia clan. Even if it was only a day and a night, there might be many people waiting for him outside. After all, he was a medium ultimate god who possessed a large amount of divine corrupting spring. The divine corrupting spring was a treasure that even supreme powerhouses would fight for. A man's wealth was his fault. Chapter 40, 352. Duan Lingtian knew better. Although he had come into contact with two supreme experts this time around, and both of them seemed to be very easy to talk to, it was quite impossible for him to have the extravagant hope that they would protect him. Perhaps the two of them cherished talents, and when he was in danger, they would help and protect him. However, it was only a possibility. However, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to place his life in the hands of such a possibility. Although he had successfully reunited with his wife, Ker, she was in a deep sleep and did not know that he was there or hear what he said. Although they were finally reunited, Duan Lingtian did not feel happy at all. He even felt that the burden that had just been lifted was as heavy as Mount Tai again. Outside the realm, blood world, nightmare soul clan, Yunqin Yan, if there was one thing that Duan Lingtian wanted to do the most, it would be to find the nightmare soul clan member from the blood world who had merged with Yunqin Yan and kill him so that his wife could wake up. However, he knew in his heart that it was not realistic. Not to mention that he did not know where the blood world was, and did not know how to leave the god-defying realm. He was not even a match for the nightmare soul clan member who had merged with Yunqin Yan. His opponent was a supreme expert. In fact, Duan Lingtian knew that his next step would be to leave the God-defying realm and explore the outside realm like his first senior sister, whom he had never met. Only in this way would he be able to improve even more. Moreover, he had also heard from Su Bailey, the palace master of the Myriad Law Palace, that every upper-level ultimate god of the God-defying realm would be assigned to some places in the God-defying realm every once in a while. In the God-defying realm was only one of the realms in the outside realm and was only a second-tier realm. It was not one of the top realms in the outside realm. However, although Duan Lingtian already had plans to go to the God-defying realm, he still wanted to hear what the third master of the Xia clan had to say about it. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Xia Jia pondered for a moment before he slowly said, "Actually, you're not in a good situation right now. Before you came out from that battlefield, no one knew of your whereabouts. At most, they would have ambushed you near the Myriad Law Institute in the profound Handle Land. Now that you've come to the Xia family, I'm afraid the news has already spread. Perhaps, right now, there are already quite a number of people in the vicinity of the Xia family. They are waiting for you to leave the Xia family to kill you. The divine corrupting spring in your hands is too tempting." Xia Jia could not help but sigh as he continued. Although the divine corrupting spring is useless to ultimate powerhouses, it can be used to assist those below the ultimate powerhouse level in their cultivation. Below the ultimate experts, there are many ultimate gods who are facing the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation that could result in serious injuries or death after 1,000 years. These people are willing to do anything to increase their strength and resist the heavenly tribulation. These people can even be regarded as desperados because if they can't get your divine corrupting spring, they won't be able to survive the heavenly tribulation in the near future. Xia Jia's words clearly explained Duan Lingtian's current situation. Duan Lingtian naturally knew all this, so he just nodded in agreement and waited for Xia Jia to continue. He knew that the third master of the Xia family would give him some suggestions. Sure enough, after Xia Jia finished speaking, he continued, "You actually don't have any other choice now. You only have one choice, which is to leave the God-defying realm. If you leave the God-defying realm and go to the outer realm, no one will know you. Even if there are people in the God-defying realm talking about you, there won't be anyone targeting you so quickly in the outer realm. The outer realm is where the experts of thousands of realms gather. The God-defying realm is just one of the realms. Of course, you still have to be mentally prepared. The God-defying realm is a powerful realm, after all. You're a young prodigy who's widely acknowledged in the God-defying realm. If they find out you've obtained a large amount of divine, corrupting spring in the God-defying realm, they'll definitely be tempted and target you. Of course, it takes time for the news to spread. Moreover, not everyone is willing to share the news of you possessing the divine, corrupting spring with other realms in the outer realm, who wouldn't want to monopolize it. Xia Jia's suggestion was indeed similar to Duan Lingtian's. However, from Xia Jia's words, Duan Lingtian learned more about the vastness of the outer realm. The outer realm was where the experts of thousands of realms gathered. It was the most suitable place for Duan Lingtian to live. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not be safe in the God-defying realm or any of the realms of gods. If he hid in the Xia clan or the Myriad Art Academy, he might be fine. However, he could not hide in the Xia clan or the Myriad Art Academy forever. Xia Jia's words made Duan Lingtian realize that although the Myriad Art Academy was only a heavyweight force on the surface, it had a strong foundation. Otherwise, Xia Jia would not have said that he would be fine if he stayed in the Myriad Art Academy. Third uncle, I also plan to go to the outer realm. Duan Lingtian looked at Xia Jia and nodded. However, I don't know how to get to the outer realm. This was what Duan Lingtian needed to consider at this moment. He wanted to go to the outer realm. However, how could he get to the outer realm? Xia Jia smiled slightly when he heard this. You don't have to worry about that. As a giant, godly, venerable rank clan in the divine offering land, our Xia clan has a transportation formation that leads to the outer realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Xia Jie's words. You can't use the transportation formation. However, the patriarch of the Xia clan, Xiayu, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He overruled Xia Jie as soon as he opened his mouth. Xia Jie frowned, and Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face when Xiayu said in a deep voice, Third brother, don't forget that although the transportation formation will send him to our place in the outer realm, is that place really safe for him? Don't forget, the divine hoarding spring is a treasure that all ultimate experts want to obtain. Even if there's an ultimate expert guarding that place, can you guarantee that the ultimate expert won't be tempted by the divine hoarding spring in his hands? Xia Jie's expression changed when he heard Xia Yu's words. He had indeed forgotten this point. Earlier, he was only thinking that the godly venerable rank clans in the divine offering land could use their transportation formation to go to the outer realm, which was the territory of the god-defying realm. Those territories of the god-defying realm were guarded by ultimate experts from the god-defying realm, so there would be no danger. In that place, ordinary people would not dare to touch Duan Lingtian. However, what if the ultimate expert wanted to? Chapter 43:53. It was still the same old saying. A man's wealth is his own fault. The divine corrupting spring in Duan Lingtian's hands was not only tempting to the ultimate gods, but also the ultimate gods. The ultimate gods might not be able to use it themselves, but there was no lack of direct descendants among them. Even if they could not use it themselves, they could give it to their descendants. In addition, even the ultimate gods who did not have any descendants could exchange the divine corrupting spring for things they needed in the outer realm, even if they could not use it themselves. The divine corrupting spring was a hot commodity even in the outer realm. If we don't use the transportation formation, Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia clan, frowned slightly. Although he seemed to agree with his brother, Xiayu, he could not help but feel helpless when he thought about how Duan Lingtian would still have to face a group of ultimate gods after leaving the Xia clan's residence if they did not use the transportation formation. He could escort Duan Lingtian himself. However, his current strength might not even be comparable to Duan Lingtian's. If he left with Duan Lingtian, he would be lucky if he did not drag him down, let alone escort him. At that moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but become alert when he heard Xia Yu's words. Ultimate gods! Unknowingly, he had become a hot commodity even in the eyes of ultimate gods. I'll ask the great ancestor to come back. Xiayu, the patriarch of the Xia clan, spoke in a deep voice when the atmosphere was a little tense. Great ancestor? Xia Jie's frown deepened. Even if the great ancestor comes back and leaves with Duan Lingtian, he'll definitely become the focus of attention from all the ultimate gods. Who knows, he might encounter other ultimate gods along the way. The great ancestor! Xia Jie's heart sank when he thought about his great ancestor's current situation. The great ancestor of the Xia clan was actually a very ancient existence. Ultimate gods had to face the heavenly tribulation of 10,000 years. His great ancestor was injured the last time and might not have fully recovered. That was also the reason why his brother had to compromise with the patriarch of the Yun clan, Yun Tingfeng. The ancestor of the Yun family was no longer the powerful existence that he used to be in his prime. This time around, if his actual body were to descend and bring Duan Lingtian away, he would undoubtedly have to endure an enormous amount of pressure if an ultimate expert was unable to restrain themselves and made a move. Perhaps his old injuries would worsen before they were healed. Originally, there was still a chance for the next heavenly tribulation in 10,000 years. But now there was no chance at all. I didn't ask Grand Ancestor to take him away to the outer world. Xiayu said in a deep voice, I'm just asking the Grand Ancestor's original body to come back and open a spatial passage for him to enter the turbulent space and go against the flow to the outer world. This is also the best solution for now. Xia Yu said, enter the turbulent space and go against the flow? Xia Jia sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't that too dangerous? Even a high-level ultimate god would have a 50-50 chance of dying if they were to go against the flow of the turbulent space. At this moment, Xia Yu glanced at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, don't tell me you still think he's a mid-level ultimate god. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and continued to say without waiting for Xia Jia's reply, if I enter the turbulent space and go against the flow to the outer realm, there's a 30-70 chance of survival. The meaning of his words was simple. If he were to do that, with his strength he had a 70% chance of successfully going to the outer world. There was also a 30% chance that he would perish in there, and his Tao would vanish. Think about it carefully. If you leave directly or use the Xia family's teleportation formation to leave, the chances of you dying are even higher. Moreover, under those circumstances, you won't have a choice and you won't have the initiative. It all depends on whether or not someone will attack you and take your divine, corrupting spring. If you enter the turbulent space, even an ultimate expert won't be able to find you easily. Looking for someone in the turbulent space is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Of course, if you enter the turbulent space and go against the flow, you'll have to rely on your own strength and luck. It all depends on your choice. Xia Yu said. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, Xia Jia looked at Duan Lingtian silently. At this moment, he did not voice his opinion. This was because he knew that this might be the best choice for Duan Lingtian. Then, I'll have to trouble you, Patriarch Xia. At this moment, Duan Lingtian solemnly thanked Xia Yu under the gazes of the two Xia family members. At the same time, he said, this time the senior from the Xia family has helped me. I won't let him do it for nothing. Before I leave, I'll leave the Xia family with the corresponding divine, corrupting spring. Duan Lingtian said, allowing the ultimate expert's true body to return and help him. This favor was too big for him. Even though the Xia family was considered his wife's family, he did not acknowledge them at the moment. As for whether he would acknowledge them in the future, it would all depend on his wife. Now that the Xia family had helped him, he would not let them help for nothing. No need. However, Xia Yu rejected Duan Lingtian. The Xia family is not helping you because we want the divine, corrupting spring in your hands. It's because as a father I owe Shui. Also, it's because the Xia family wants to invest. At the end of his sentence, Xia Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a deep gaze. Make an investment. As for what to invest, it was obvious that it was Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Xia Yu's words, he rejected immediately. If family head Xia does not accept it, then there's no need to ask the senior for help. I, Duan Lingtian, will walk out on my own. Duan Lingtian's attitude was very firm. As for the relationship between me and the Xia family, it all depends on my wife's attitude in the future. Before that, I don't want to have anything to do with the Xia family. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. It's up to you. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu was stunned for a moment before he sighed. Clearly, he had agreed to Duan Lingtian's request. Thada, who was standing at the side, looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. In less than 1,000 years, the insignificant young man in his eyes had grown to the point where he could go toe-to-toe with his elder brother, the clan leader of the Xia family in the divine offering land. Shui has found herself a good man, Xia Jia thought to himself. Xia Jia thought to himself. At the same time, he also felt that it was worth it for Shui to choose to reincarnate and risk her life to be together with this man. Meanwhile, Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia family, was calling for the return of the old ancestor of the Xia family. At this moment, a group of people had gathered at a place far away from the Xia family's mansion. More and more people were arriving. Among these people were experts from various overlords and ultimate gods' forces in the divine offering land. There were also some experts from other realms of gods who had rushed over as soon as they received the news. They only had one objective in mind. They wanted to get some divine corrupting spring from Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian was willing to cooperate, everything would be fine. If he was unwilling to cooperate, they would rob him. Of course, not all of these people were here for Duan Lingtian. For example, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng, who had rushed over from the Myriad Law Academy in the Mystic Gangland, did not lurk around the Xia family's mansion like the others. Instead, they paid a visit directly. I'm Yang Yuchen from the Myriad Law Academy's inner branch. I'm here with my senior brother Hong Yifeng to pay a visit to the clan leader of the Xia family. Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng appeared outside the Xia family's mansion together and greeted them loudly. They had come because they had heard the news that their little junior brother had appeared in the Xia family's mansion. Therefore, they had rushed over immediately. Recently, they had gathered their friends and swept around the Myriad Law Academy in the Mystic Gangland. They had killed many uninvited guests who wanted to ambush their little junior brother's return. They had killed so many that their blood flowed like a river. Their fierce names had also begun to spread throughout the profound Handle grounds, and had spread to every corner of the world, especially Hong Yifeng. Although he was only a medium ultimate god, his battle strength was not weaker than the best among the upper ultimate gods. Many experts in the Mystic Gangland had boasted that Hong Yifeng's strength was close to that of a top upper ultimate god. If he stepped into the upper ultimate god realm, he would directly join the ranks of the top upper ultimate gods. His strength would not be weaker than the leaders of some giant ultimate god forces. And this was only the second senior brother of one of the branches in the Myriad Law Academy. The 10,000 jurisprudence palaces, inner court progeny, used to be behind the scenes. However, this time, with the rise of Duan Lingtian, Yang Yuchen, and Hong Yifeng, it could no longer conceal its dazzling brilliance. First, it was Huangfu Mengyuan, then Duan Lingtian, Hong Yifeng, and the monstrous medium ultimate God Yang Yuchen. The Myriad Law Academy's internal branch may be able to affect the future of the god-defying realm. There was even an elderly utmost powerful being who let out such a sigh when he was chatting with a few other utmost powerful beings. This showed the current popularity of the Myriad Law Academy's internal branch, the outer realm, the place where the experts of the myriad worlds gathered. It was a burial ground filled with white bones. It was scarlet everywhere, and the sky was full of broken bodies. Occasionally, a few monsters would appear, and they looked ferocious and terrifying. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A blood-red figure burst out from the burial ground, cut across the sky, and flew into the distance. As he flew, he shouted in exasperation, "Huangfu Mengyuan, you crazy woman! I've already let you have the thing and won't fight with you anymore. What else do you want?" Behind him, a cold and beautiful figure flashed a few times and chased after him. At the same time, an indifferent and cold woman's voice broke the dead silence of the burial ground. The blood essence of your clan is also a great tonic in the myriad worlds. It's just right to use it to baptize my junior sister. As soon as she finished speaking, a green light suddenly appeared. In an instant, everything around it was overshadowed. It cut across the sky and flew in the direction that the blood-red figure had fled. Almost in the next moment, "No!" an unwilling and shrill cry came from afar. Then, in that direction, a powerful aura was also annihilated. It disappeared like a torrential downpour. The cold and beautiful figure instantly disappeared. A pair of slender, jade-like hands stretched out and made several hand seals. Suddenly, a blood mist began to condense in the void. Then, drops of scarlet blood with a touch of golden light also solidified. Chapter 4354. In the World of Divine Remains. The Xia family. With the arrival of the two from the inner palace of the 10,000 Laws Palace, the atmosphere in the Xia family became much more solemn. Are they Duan Lingtian's two senior brothers? A delicate-looking young man from the Xia family muttered to himself as he gazed at the two figures who were being led into the Xia family mansion by the Xia family members. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man beside him raised his hand and hit him on the head. What Duan Lingtian? Little brat, don't call the young master by his name. The young man was in pain, and his face turned pale. He then said with some grievance, I know, father. However, after a short moment of grievance, his eyes were filled with admiration and yearning. I heard that the young master is now recognized as the #1 person among the younger generation in the God-defying world. When I reach his age, it will be great if I can be half as capable as him. Hearing this, the middle-aged man, who was the young man's father, did not reply at all. However, he felt that his son was too arrogant. When we go back, I'll give him a beating so that he won't be too arrogant. At least, when I was your age, I was far from being as arrogant as you. Not to mention Duan Lingtian. Even the master of the Xia family did not expect to be half as capable as him when I was young. If the two from the inner palace of the 10,000 Laws Palace had come in the past, although the Xia family would have received them, it would definitely not be Xiaoyu, the master of the Xia family, who personally received them. But now, in Xiaoyu's heart, he had already acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his son-in-law, even if the son-in-law did not seem to be willing to pay much attention to him. And Duan Lingtian was the little junior brother of the inner palace of the 10,000 Laws Palace. In his opinion, his son-in-law's senior brother was an important guest. Junior Yang Yuchen greets Master Xia. Hong Yifeng greets Master Xia. Both Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng were flattered that Xiaoyu, the master of the Xia family, would personally receive them. They never thought that they would be treated so well in the Xia family. The two of them looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. Could it be that the rumor that little junior brother is the son-in-law of the Xia family is true? When Xiaoyu spoke, the two of them realized that the rumors were true. Xia Ningxue, the eldest daughter of the Xia family, is indeed the wife of their younger brother. Xiaoyu cut the long story short and told them about his daughter's reincarnation after rejecting the marriage. He also told them about the series of events that happened after she returned to the Xia family in this life. When they heard that their sister-in-law had fallen into a coma, and that it was a restriction imposed by a supreme expert from the blood world, their faces turned ugly. Go and see your little junior brother. It won't be long before he leaves. Xiaoyu did not chat much with Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng. His son-in-law, Duan Lingtian, still had no idea about the two of them. If he knew about it, he would definitely be happy. Leave. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, both Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng were stunned. Yes, Xiaoyu nodded. I don't think I need to tell you about his current situation. So, I plan to ask our old ancestor to come back and forcefully break the space so that he can leave through the turbulent space and head to the outer realm. If he leaves through the teleportation portal, I am worried that the supreme experts will target the God-corrupting spring in his hands. Xiaoyu said. As soon as Xiaoyu said that, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng fell silent. Their little junior brother seemed to have only one choice. Otherwise, he would have to stay in the Xia family. If nothing had happened to their sister-in-law, they believed that their little junior brother would be willing to stay in the Xia family until he had finished absorbing the God-corrupting spring. But now, that might not be the case, especially Yang Yuchen, who knew Duan Lingtian better than anyone else. He knew that Duan Lingtian would definitely not choose to do that. Although the God-corrupting spring was good, it still required time to digest it. Furthermore, after consuming the God-corrupting spring, one did not need to constantly cultivate to consume the medicinal power of the God-corrupting spring. The medicinal power of the God-corrupting spring would be digested by itself at any time. In fact, if one entered a state of extreme pleasure during a fight, the medicinal power of the God-corrupting spring would evaporate faster. Because of this, the God-corrupting spring was regarded as a treasure. Even the most powerful people would fight to the death for it. Let's go and see our little junior brother first. Yang Yuchen looked at Xiaoyu. I'll have to trouble you to find someone to lead the way for us. I'll take you there, Xiaoyu said straightforwardly. At this moment, he did not have the arrogance of the Xia family head at all. He was more like an amiable elder, which made Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng have a good impression of him. Of course, the two of them knew that the reason why the Xia family head was so nice was definitely because of their little junior brother. With their little junior brother's talent and demon-like talent, it would be hard for the Xia family head not to be satisfied with his son-in-law. Duan Lingtian did not expect to meet his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, again in the world of divine offering, and in the Xia family's residence. Little junior brother, this is your second senior brother. Yang Yuchen smiled brightly when he saw Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he did not forget to introduce Hong Yifeng, who was beside him. Duan Lingtian was also surprised to see his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen. After greeting Yang Yuchen, he immediately cupped his hands and bowed to Hong Yifeng. Duan Lingtian greets second senior brother. Second senior brother, Hong Yifeng. Although it was his first time meeting him today, he had heard about him from his fourth senior sister many times in the past. He knew that his second senior brother was a kind person. At least, according to his fourth senior sister, his second senior brother was not as cunning as his third senior brother. He had never deceived or tricked her. Ha ha! Hong Yifeng laughed when he saw Duan Lingtian. I've heard from third junior brother that you're handsome and extraordinary. Now that I've met you today, I can see that he wasn't lying. If eldest senior sister knew that we have a little junior brother like you in the inner palace, she'd be very happy. Although it was their first meeting, Hong Yifeng was not at all restrained and acted as if they were close friends. This made Duan Lingtian think that his second senior brother was such a person. Yang Yuchen, who was next to him, knew that their second senior brother was only easy to talk to in front of them. He was usually grumpy outside and would kill anyone who made him unhappy. Of course, he was very protective of his own people. Once, because someone bullied him, he went to another sect and almost destroyed it. Following that, the three of them began to chat. When Duan Lingtian asked his third senior brother Yang Yuchen why he did not make it into the list of mid-level ultimate gods in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, Yang Yuchen told him that he and Hong Yifeng had been looking for Duan Lingtian. At that moment, even though Duan Lingtian was as calm as water, he could not help but feel excited. His two senior brothers had given up on the list battle in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory for him. This was equivalent to giving up on the divine, corrupting spring that they might have gotten, although they might not be able to make it into the first place of the list of mid-level ultimate gods, or even the top 3. With their abilities, it would not be a problem for them to make it into the top 10. Second senior brother, third senior brother. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian took out the divine corrupting spring that he had gotten and shared it with them. However, both of them declined. In the end, they only accepted a small portion under Duan Lingtian's insistence. Whether it was Yang Yuchen or Hong Yifeng, before they met Duan Lingtian, both of them had said behind his back that they would definitely ask for some divine corrupting spring when they met him. However, when they really met Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian offered to give them the divine corrupting spring, they chose to decline. What they had said in private was just a joke. However, their little junior brother's insistence had almost caused them to fall out with him. They had no choice but to accept some of the divine, corrupting spring. Of course, they did not ask for much. Second senior brother, third senior brother. After Duan Lingtian gave them the divine, corrupting spring water, he said solemnly, "Now, the news of you coming to the Xia clan must have spread to the outside world. Even if I didn't leave the Xia clan, I'm sure they'll suspect I gave you the divine corrupting spring water. Therefore, if you leave the Xia clan, you must be careful. That was what Duan Lingtian was worried about. He was worried that he would harm his two senior brothers by giving them the divine, corrupting spring. It's fine. However, faced with Duan Lingtian's worries, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng shook their heads and smiled. It won't take long for us to digest the divine, corrupting spring. At most, we can absorb it in the Xia clan. At that time, we won't have the divine, corrupting spring, so we won't have to worry about what those people will do to us. If they don't believe us, we can ignore the weak ones. As for the strong ones, so what if we show them our storage rings? So what if we take a look at the small worlds in our bodies? Of course, if they dare to look at our storage rings and small worlds in our bodies, we will remember them. We can't do anything to them now, but that may not be the case in the future. As Hong Yifeng finished speaking, a cold light flashed across his eyes. Yang Yuchen's lips also curled into a cold smile. If there was really someone who did not know what was good for them, they were not people who did not have a temper. Duan Lingtian finally felt at ease when he heard his senior brother's words. It's not a bad choice to make. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, Little junior brother, that father-in-law of yours seems to be very satisfied with you. When second senior brother and I arrived, he personally welcomed us and even escorted us here. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly. Before his two senior brothers arrived, he had heard from Xiajia, the third master of the Xia clan, about the difficulties that Xiaoyu faced as the patriarch of the Xia clan faced. However, this did not mean that he was willing to accept Xiaoyu as his father-in-law. Even if he could understand some things, he still could not understand why a father would give up his daughter's lifelong happiness for the sake of the clan. If it were him, he would not do that. Of course, he also knew that this did not mean that the other party was definitely wrong. It was just that he did not agree. Chapter 40, 355. From the Xia family's point of view, Xiaoyu, as the head of the family, had to choose between his family and his daughter. This was his responsibility as the head of the family. From Duan Lingtian's point of view, if he were Xiaoyu, he would give up his position as the head of the Xia family and protect his daughter wholeheartedly. If the Xia family threatened him, he would take his daughter and flee far away. Of course, although this was what he thought, Duan Lingtian also knew that this was a decision he had made before becoming the head of the Xia family. If he really became the head of the Xia family, he would be indebted to the Xia family and receive a large amount of resources from the Xia family. However, when the time came, he might not make such a choice. He was not an ungrateful person. Because of this, although he did not agree with Xiaoyu's decision regarding Kerr, he did not hate Xiaoyu. It could only be said that he was still unable to accept Xiaoyu. If Kerr woke up, and Kerr did not resent her father, he naturally would not resent Xiaoyu. Before the arrival of the supreme expert ancestor of the Xia family, Duan Lingtian spent most of his time with his two senior brothers. They talked about everything, and Duan Lingtian learned many things that he did not know in the past. At the same time, he also learned more about the monstrous talent of the eldest senior sister, whom he had never met. I only found out after entering the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. The current eldest senior sister is recognized by many supreme experts as the #1 high-level supreme god in the god-defying world. Hong Yifeng sighed and said, I thought that I had gained a lot in the dimensional battlefield and was one step closer to becoming eldest senior sister. But now, it seems that I was too naive. I'm improving, and so is eldest senior sister. Based on the current situation, eldest senior sister's improvement is obviously greater than mine. When Hong Yifeng spoke up to this point, he seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Little junior brother, if eldest senior sister finds out that our inner palace has a monster like you, I'm sure she'll be very happy. Eldest senior sister is not a stingy person. If I see you, I will give you a greeting gift. While Hong Yifeng was talking happily, Yang Yuchen looked at Hong Yifeng with a mocking expression. Second senior brother, if eldest senior sister isn't a stingy person, then are you? You haven't given little junior brother a greeting gift yet. Yang Yuchen asked with a smile. When Hong Yifeng heard this, he was stunned at first, and then he was a little embarrassed. Third junior brother, you did it on purpose, didn't you? It's not like you don't know that I've always been very poor. Moreover, I've never been to the outer world, so where can I get something that little junior brother is interested in? Even if I can take something out now, it will pale in comparison to the divine, corrupting spring that junior brother gave me. Hong Yifeng's words were not only directed at Yang Yuchen, but also at Duan Lingtian. Of course, after he finished speaking, he opened his storage ring and took out a huge pile of items and placed them in front of Duan Lingtian. Little junior brother, I don't know what you're interested in. Take a look yourself. If there's anything that you like, just take it. The small bottle of divine, corrupting spring that Duan Lingtian gave him was among the items that Hong Yifeng took out from his storage ring. Moreover, looking at the sparkling light around his storage ring, it was not difficult to tell that the storage ring was indeed empty. Obviously, Hong Yifeng had taken out everything from his storage ring. This showed how magnanimous he was as the second senior brother of the internal palace. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian did not even look at the items that Hong Yifeng took out. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Second senior brother, third senior brother is just joking with you. I don't need anything at the moment. You should keep these items for yourself." However, Duan Lingtian declined tactfully, but Hong Yifeng insisted. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only choose 2 items that were useful to him because he knew that if he did not choose, his second senior brother would not let him off so easily. Therefore, he might as well choose 2 items according to his wishes. Although he did not spend much time with his 2 senior brothers, they got along very well because of their congenial natures. On this day, the most powerful ancestor of the Xia family finally arrived. On the other hand, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng had witnessed the Xia clan's supreme expert's ancestor attack with their own 2 eyes. He broke open space and directly opened up a path within the turbulent space for Duan Lingtian to leave. "Thank you, senior." Before Duan Lingtian entered the space, Duan Lingtian bowed and thanked the ancestor of the Xia family. At the same time, he silently remembered this favor in his heart. "After you go in, be careful." The ancestor of the Xia family's attitude towards Duan Lingtian was obviously very good and did not have the slightest arrogance. This was also because he had long heard about Duan Lingtian and also knew that one of the strongest existences in the God-defying realm was very optimistic about this little guy. Now, this little guy might not be on equal footing with him. However, in the future, when this little guy really became an ultimate expert, perhaps he would not be qualified to be on equal footing with him. If he becomes an ultimate expert, he will definitely not be an ordinary ultimate expert. The ancestor of the Xia family was very sure of this. What a joke! A lower ultimate god who had not consolidated his cultivation, yet was not weaker than a top medium ultimate god. If he became an ultimate expert in the future, would he be a weakling among the ultimate experts like him? Even if the 2 of you stay in the Xia family now, you will definitely be targeted when you leave in the future. I will make a trip to the Xiangang land and send you back. After Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared into the turbulent space, the ancestor of the Xia family looked at Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng and said this to them. When the 2 of them heard this, they were naturally flattered. Of course, they also knew in their hearts that the ancestor of the Xia family must have made such a decision because the patriarch of the Xia family, Xiaoyu, had mentioned this matter to him. If nothing unexpected happens, that eldest senior sister of yours should be able to become an omnipotent expert before long. The ancestor of the Xia family was polite and kind to Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng. Of course, the 2 of them had a close relationship with Duan Lingtian, but in fact it was also because of their eldest senior sister, Huangfu Mengyuan. In the eyes of the ancestor of the Xia family, Huangfu Mengyuan would definitely become an ultimate expert earlier than Duan Lingtian. Moreover, after becoming an ultimate expert, she would not be a weakling among the ultimate experts. Today, forming good relations with Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng, the two disciples of the Wanfa Academy's inner palace, was equivalent to forming good relations with Huangfu Mingyuan. To him, this was a matter of great benefit and no harm. What's not to like? Then we will have to trouble you, senior. To Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng, if they had a choice, they naturally hoped to return to the Wanfa Academy as soon as possible. Although staying in the Xia family would not affect their cultivation, it was still not their home after all. Chapter 4356. The means of an ultimate expert are really terrifying. Duan Lingtian shuttled through the turbulent space, and the shock on his face did not fade for a long time. The path he was walking on was surrounded by colorful lights. Different kinds of power kept attacking the path he was walking on, but they were all blocked by the protection of the path. During this process, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to discover that the power supporting the road was also constantly being consumed. This road was forcibly opened by the ultimate expert of the Xia clan with his own strength. Although Duan Lingtian could see the end of the path in the distance, he was still shocked by the fact that someone had forcefully opened a path in the turbulence Void Clan's estate. Even if the path would not last long, he was still shocked. In the past, he had only heard that the ultimate expert was powerful and terrifying. Today, he had finally witnessed the terror of a supreme expert. No wonder it said that there's a natural moat between a high-level ultimate god and an ultimate expert. Once you cross it, you'll soar into the sky, just like a mortal becoming a god. Now it seems that it's true. In addition to being shocked, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually became solemn. Next, he would take the extraordinary road and go to the outer realm. According to the words of the Xia clan's supreme expert ancestor, he might not necessarily appear in the outer realm this time. He might end up in another place by mistake. For example, the endless void between the outer realm and the God-defying realm. It was also possible that he would accidentally enter other realms near the God-defying realm, including the realms under the God-defying realm. Although the God-defying realm was not the strongest realm among the 10,000 realms, it was one of the 18 realms that could be ranked in the second echelon. There were some subordinate realms below it. Now, I have to go to the end of this road before it disappears. After I reach the end, I'll have to rely on myself for the rest of the road. Seeing that the end of the road was getting closer and closer, Duan Lingtian's expression became more and more solemn. Now he was walking on the road opened by the ultimate expert of the Xia clan. This road had the effect of protecting him, blocking all kinds of forces raging in the surrounding turbulent space. However, once he left this path, he would have to defend against the invading forces from the outside by himself. Of course, the existence of this path had already helped him pass through the most difficult part of the journey and sent him to a safer place. At the very least, a powerful high-level ultimate god would have a high chance of surviving after being sent there. Although Duan Lingtian was only a medium ultimate god, his strength was not weaker than many superior ultimate gods. It was also because of this that the Xia family's patriarch Xiaoyu thought of letting him take this path and secretly leave the Xia family, even secretly leave the world of divine remains, and even secretly leave the god-defying world. After the ancestor of the Xia family had sent Duan Lingtian away, it would be extremely difficult for even the most powerful people to track down Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian had already left the world of divine remains, and had even left the god-defying realm. I can only hope that the end of the path isn't the endless void. Even if I can't directly enter the outer world, I can enter the other realms first. The other realms were also subordinate realms of the god-defying realm. In those realms, Duan Lingtian might have some fame now, but the people who knew him were definitely limited to the most powerful people in those realms and the people around them. Therefore, after entering those realms, he could completely use the teleportation formation of those realms to go directly to the outer world. Those realms were in the resting places of the outer world and were separated from the God-defying realm. Even if there were some powerful people guarding there, they would not have thought that the genius Duan Lingtian of the God-defying realm would appear in the place they were guarding. The transit stations and resting places of the major realms in the outer world are also called barracks. The barracks in the dimensional battlefield are modeled after them. Duan Lingtian already knew this point. While Duan Lingtian was still walking towards the end of the path, his two senior brothers, second senior brother Hong Yifeng and third senior brother Yang Yuchen, had successfully returned to the Xiangang land and returned to Myriad Law Academy under the escort of the Xia clan's most powerful people. Then, the Xia clan's most powerful people left. Not long after the Xia clan's most powerful people left, Myriad Law Academy also welcomed a few uninvited guests. All of them were powerful people, and the reason they came to visit was very simple. They were even willing to pay some rare items to buy the divine corrupting spring from Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen. However, they did not even get to see Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen's faces before they were directly turned away by the Myriad Law Academy's palace master, Su Bailey. In front of these few powerful people, Su Bailey appeared very domineering. In the end, although the few powerful people wanted nothing more than to slap Su Bailey to death, they did not do so, because they were also worried that they would offend the few powerful people who were related to the Myriad Law Academy. None of those powerful people were easy to deal with, of course. The most important thing was that any one of those powerful people was stronger than them. As powerful people, unless there was a huge conflict, they would usually greet each other with a smile and would not easily offend each other. Once they were offended, the other party might be afraid of the existence of the meeting of the powerful people and would not directly attack them. However, it was still possible for them to trip you up at a crucial moment. Usually, it was at a crucial moment that they would trip you up at a crucial moment. It was very likely that something big would happen to you, and there was even a risk of death. They came here to ask for the divine, corrupting spring for their descendants. Even if they took the divine, corrupting spring for themselves, they would not use it on themselves because they were already powerful people. No matter how important their descendants were, they would not risk their lives for it. Therefore, in the face of Myriad Law Academy's palace master Su Bailey, who they could crush to death with one finger, although they were very angry, they did not do anything to Su Bailey. In fact, on the surface, they were still polite and did not overstep their boundaries. It was also because Duan Lingtian did not know that the palace master of Myriad Law Academy could be so arrogant in front of the powerful people. Otherwise, he would definitely be shocked. At this moment, Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng had returned to the Myriad Arts Academy, and the first thing they did was return to the inner palace to cultivate. They also brought back the divine corrupting spring for their fourth junior sister, Lang Chunwan. Their little junior brother, Duan Lingtian, specially left a portion of the divine corrupting spring for his fourth senior sister. Little junior brother did not forget about me. After Lang Chunwan received the divine corrupting spring, she was also a little emotional. However, when she found out about her little junior brother's current situation from her two senior brothers, her expression changed completely. Then, she did not even greet her two senior brothers and directly went into seclusion to cultivate. Fourth junior sister has never worked so hard before. Hong Yifeng sighed emotionally. When Yang Yuchen heard this, he also deeply agreed. Maybe she has motivation. After all, he is not only our little junior brother, but also her little junior brother. In the past, she has always been our little junior sister. He could understand his fourth junior sister's feelings. Although his fourth junior sister was brought back by his eldest senior sister and was mainly taught by his second senior brother, in terms of time spent with her, he had spent the most time with her. It could be said that he understood his fourth junior sister the most. We should also work hard. This time, with the divine corrupting spring, I will strive to enter the upper ultimate God realm. Hong Yifeng said with a serious face. As for Yang Yuchen, Before he could finish speaking, he had already left and returned to his residence to cultivate. At this moment, the cultivation atmosphere in the inner palace was unprecedentedly hot. All of this was something that Duan Lingtian did not expect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had reached the end of his path when the three of them from the inner palace began their seclusion. At this moment, the path he had been on was becoming fainter and fainter, as if it would disappear at any time. It was obvious that even if he had not reached the end, he would not be able to hold on for long. After all, this was a path that the supreme expert of the Xia clan had opened up in one go. Without the power to continue, the power that formed the path was constantly being depleted. It was actually not bad that he could hold on until now. "I'll be out soon." After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian leaped out and left the end of the path. Moments after he left, the path behind him did not hold on for long before it began to shatter and finally disappeared completely in the turbulent space. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing in a relatively calm area in the turbulent space. He stood high in the air as the turbulent space around him swept past him from time to time. Unlike the path ahead, which was unusually chaotic, even if he was confident in his own strength and felt that even if he could survive to this point with his own strength, it would definitely take a lot of energy. It was impossible that the divine power in his body was still at its peak like it was now. The path that the senior opened up for me has come to an end. I will have to rely on myself from now on. I will continue to move forward until I see a space barrier in front of me. No matter what is behind the space barrier, whether it is the endless void or other realms, or even the outer realms, I will break through it and enter. It is most dangerous to continue to stay in the turbulent space. Here, there is no spiritual energy of heaven and earth to help me recover my divine power. Even if I take the divine elixir, there will be a moment when the divine elixir will be used up. With Duan Lingtian's strength, the turbulent space within the turbulent space was not very frightening. However, the most frightening thing in this place was not the power of the turbulent space, but the lack of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In this place, even the small world in the body was restricted. Now that he was in the turbulent space, Duan Lingtian could not even open a small hole in the small world in his body. If he forced it open, even if no one reminded him, he had a feeling that the turbulent space within the turbulent space would most likely enter his small world and destroy it. Therefore, although the small world in his body was full of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he could not use it at all. Chapter 4357. Before entering the chaotic space, Duan Lingtian had been warned by Xiajie, the third master of the Xia family, not to open his mini-world in the chaotic space. Once opened, there was a risk that his mini-world would be destroyed. Apart from Xiajie, the patriarch of the Xia family, Xiaoyu, and the ancestor of the Xia family had also warned him about this. However, their warnings were only hearsay after all. Now that Duan Lingtian had personally experienced it, he could feel how terrifying the energy in the turbulent space was. If he did not open his little world, he could still withstand it. However, if he opened his little world, the turbulent space would definitely invade his little world and wreak havoc. Even a higher ultimate god would not dare to open his mini-world here, unless he's an ultimate god. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unusually careful and cautious. After that, he tried his best to conserve his energy as he moved forward. Although Duan Lingtian did not seem to have any sense of direction, he was not without a sense of direction. He was walking in the opposite direction of the path that the supreme powerhouse, the old ancestor of the Xia clan, had opened for him. Before he entered, the ancestor of the Xia family had told him that he would only open a path for him as no one could determine the direction in the chaotic space. If the ancestor of the Xia family had opened this path, it would be difficult for anyone to catch up with Duan Lingtian, who was taking this path. In the chaotic space, the existence of the chaotic space would destroy the energy in the chaotic space, while also allowing the energy in the chaotic space to perform a spatial shift similar to teleportation. Even Duan Lingtian had been teleported away from the place he had entered from when he first entered the chaotic space. It was also because of this that the patriarch of the Xia family, Xiaoyu, felt that Duan Lingtian was safe. This was because even if a supreme powerhouse found Duan Lingtian, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Duan Lingtian continued forward, trying his best to preserve his strength. Although he still had a lot of divine pills to recover his divine power, they were not endless. If he kept using them, there would be a day when they would be exhausted. I hope we can reach the spatial barrier as soon as possible. As long as we find the spatial barrier and break it, we'll be in a new space. The new space could be the endless void, other realms, or the land outside the realm. None of these could be confirmed. The only thing he could be sure of was that it definitely wasn't the God-defying realm. This was because the supreme powerhouse, the old ancestor of the Xia clan, had considered this when he opened the path for Duan Lingtian. Therefore, no matter how the path changed in the turbulent space, it would always be in the same direction. Leave the God-defying realm. While Duan Lingtian was still hurrying through the turbulent space, another uninvited guest arrived at the Myriad Arts Academy in the Xiangang land. A young man dressed in green with a sharp aura and an extraordinary temperament arrived at the Myriad Arts Academy and announced that he was looking for the Academy Master, Su Bailey. As the Academy Master, Su Bailey was not someone who would easily meet with just anyone. However, this time the informant said that the other party wasn't simple. Although he was only a lower-level ultimate god, even some of the lower-level ultimate gods patrolling the Myriad Law Academy felt like they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. They couldn't even muster up the strength to resist. Lower ultimate god. Based on what they said, this lower ultimate god is considered one of the top existences even among lower ultimate gods. Curious, Su Bailey ordered someone to bring the other party in. Su Bailey could tell that the other party was not ordinary as soon as he saw him. The other party stood there, giving him the feeling that he was not looking at a person, but rather a sword. If he had seen someone like this when he was still weak, it would not mean anything. Perhaps the other party had just comprehended the sword principle, or had just mastered the embryonic form of the sword principle. However, the current him was considered one of the best, even among upper ultimate gods. Right now, in front of him, he could still make him feel a certain way. Moreover, the other party was only a lower ultimate god. This showed how terrifying the other party's attainments in the sword principle were. Could it be that person? At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a person he had only heard of recently but had never seen before. He did not know the other party's identity. The other party's name was Feng Qingyang. Of course, it might just be an alias. However, the other party had used this name in the realm of chaos in the dimensional battlefield, although that person was only an upper ultimate god at that time. However, with the generous reward of the divine corrupting spring, it was normal for him to enter the ultimate god realm in such a short time. In particular, the person in front of him had obviously just entered the lower ultimate god realm and had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. In the next moment, Su Bailey confirmed his guess when the person in front of him spoke. "Greetings, Palace Master, Feng Qingyang." The young man in green, who looked like a threatening sword in Su Bailey's eyes, was none other than Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang. Some time ago, Feng Qingyang had also made it into the top 3 in the realm of chaos in the upgraded version of the dimensional battlefield. Although he was only 3rd, he had also received a generous reward. On top of that, he was ranked 1st on the upper ultimate god realm ranking list. The combination of the rewards from the 2 ranking lists was enough to make anyone jealous. Even Su Bailey in that instant had the urge to kill Meng Hao and steal his treasures. However, he held himself back in the end. Since the other party had come looking for him and said that he wanted to see him, it meant that he had something to do with him. Moreover, the other party did not hide his name and did not plan to hide it from him. Otherwise, The other party could have used an alias. Feng Qingyang. Su Bailey smiled faintly. Could it be that you are Feng Qingyang who took third place in the upgraded version of the Realm of Chaos? Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. I didn't expect Senior to know me. I know that you are very normal. Su Bailey smiled. Now it's not just me. Even the godly venerable level forces in the various planes have heard of you, as long as they are not in closed-door cultivation. However, our Myriad Arts Academy shouldn't have anything to do with you. Why are you looking for me? Su Bailey knew that the person in front of him was from a lower plane, just like the few people from the inner palace. Someone had said that the other party had a law clone. Even now, the other party might not have come with his true body, although it did not feel much different from his true body. It should be the law clone of the law he is most proficient in, otherwise I wouldn't be unable to tell if this is his law clone or his true body without using my divine sense. Su Bailey thought inwardly. Palace Master. Feng Qingyang looked at Su Bailey and said solemnly, I came here to meet Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen of the Myriad Arts Academy. Yang Yuchen. Su Bailey was surprised to hear Feng Qingyang's words. You know Yang Yuchen? I don't know him. However, Feng Qingyang's next words stunned Su Bailey. You don't know Yang Yuchen? Then, why did you say you wanted to meet Yang Yuchen? Are you kidding me? At this moment, Su Bailey couldn't help but feel annoyed. If it wasn't for the other party's outstanding performance, he would have slapped the other party out of the Myriad Arts Academy. Even so, Su Bailey couldn't help but frown. Feng Qingyang also vaguely saw through Su Bailey's thoughts and quickly explained, Palace Master, although I don't know Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen. I know his junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is a disciple I took in the lower dimensions. I came to see Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen this time because I want to ask him about my disciple. In fact, Feng Qingyang had already heard about Duan Lingtian in the Xia clan of the Divine Offering Land. Because of this, he was very worried about his disciple's safety. Currently, due to the needs of his previous cultivation, he no longer had any law clones in the lower dimensions. There was no way he could obtain first-hand information through his law clones. In addition, he also felt that even his disciple would not be able to leave his law clones in the lower dimensions. Sometimes law clones could be used separately. However, after entering the upper rank Divine Emperor realm, if one wanted to break through to the ultimate God realm or achieve a higher cultivation base in the ultimate God realm, one would need to retrieve his law clones. If there was no way to return his law clones to his body, he would have to disintegrate his law clones and form new law clones. Of course, only the cultivators from the lower planes had such restrictions. The natives in the realms of gods did not have such restrictions because they did not have law clones and could not form law clones. Of course, they also needed the assistance of their bloodline power when they wanted to break through to the ultimate God realm or the ultimate God realm. Moreover, if the bloodline power was depleted too much recently and was not enough to assist in the breakthrough, it might cause them to miss the opportunity to break through. You're Duan Lingtian's master in the lower dimensions? Su Bailey, on the other hand, was shocked when he heard Feng Qingyang's self-introduction. Although he had lived for many years and had a heart as calm as water, he was still taken aback. Then he recalled Duan Lingtian's sword principle and came to a realization. As it turns out, Duan Lingtian's sword principle originated from you, Su Bailey said with a sigh. Su Bailey sighed and continued, I'll contact that kid Yang Yuchen now. If he receives my message, he'll definitely come to see you at the first possible moment. Although the inner palace was located in an independent realm, However, the Myriad Art Academy had a way to contact the inner palace. Naturally, he could only contact the current overseer of the inner palace. This was because he was using the Myriad Art Academy's special communication method for the inner palace's independent realm instead of an ordinary message. An ordinary message could not cross the independent realm between the Inner Palace and the Myriad Art Academy. Chapter 4358. In the independent dimension where the Inner Palace was located. As the current leader of the Inner Palace, although Lang Chunwon was in closed-door cultivation, she would still be awakened if the Myriad Arts Academy had a special communication method. This was because, under normal circumstances, the Myriad Arts Academy wouldn't use this kind of communication method. Once a message was sent, it meant that it was really urgent. Therefore, although Lang Chunwon was awakened after receiving the message and was a little angry, she quickly calmed down and contacted the outside world. "Old Sue, why are you in such a hurry to send me a message? If there's nothing, don't disturb me. I still need to cultivate." Lang Chunwon replied to the Myriad Arts Academy's master, Su Bailey, in a very rude tone. Su Bailey was not surprised by Lang Chunwon's tone because he already knew this little girl's temper. He did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Duan Lingtian's master in the lower dimensions, Feng Qingyang, has come to our Myriad Arts Academy. He wants to see your third senior brother and understand Duan Lingtian's situation. Why don't you ask your third senior brother if he wants to meet him? As soon as Su Bailey finished speaking, Lang Chuanyuan's tone suddenly changed. She was no longer impolite. Instead, there was a hint of surprise and curiosity in her voice. Little junior brother's master in the lower realm? Feng Qingyang. Little junior brother's master does seem to have this name. Moreover, little junior brother said that his master's attainments in the sword Dao are even more profound than his. While Lang Chunwon was surprised, Su Bailey gave her a straightforward answer. This person in front of me, who calls himself Feng Qingyang, has a profound attainment in the sword Dao that is definitely above Duan Lingtian. Even your eldest senior sister's attainments in the sword Dao are far inferior to his. Su Bailey said, "You should hurry and tell your third senior brother about this." Following Su Bailey's words, Lang Chunwon did not reply. However, not long after, Su Bailey's side was greeted by two figures who had just come out from the independent dimension of the internal palace. Not only Yang Yuchen, but also Lang Chunwon. Where is junior brother's master? Lang Chunwon was obviously very curious about her little junior brother's master. I heard from little junior brother that his master's cultivation is not as high as his. However, his attainments in the way of the sword are extremely deep. If he has the cultivation of an upper divine lord, it shouldn't be considered bullying him if I spar with him, right? As soon as Lang Chunwon entered the house, he acted as if Su Bailey's house was his own home. Little junior brother's master is our elder. Don't be rude, Yang Yuchen berated. Upon hearing this, Lang Chunwon finally quieted down. After a while, under Su Bailey's lead, Yang Yuchen and Yang Yuchen formally met with Feng Qingyang. Yang Yuchen and fourth junior sister Lang Chunwon greet senior Feng. When Yang Yuchen saw Feng Qingyang, he bowed slightly to Feng Qingyang. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was his little junior brother and was of the same generation as him. His little junior brother's master was naturally his senior as well. Lang Chunwon, on the other hand, was not as polite as Yang Yuchen. She stared at Feng Qingyang curiously as she walked in circles around Feng Qingyang. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as well. She wanted to see what was so special about her little junior brother's master to be able to produce such an outstanding disciple. Fourth junior sister. When Yang Yuchen saw Lang Chunwon's behavior, he smiled awkwardly at Feng Qingyang and said, "Senior Feng, please don't take offense. My fourth junior sister is still a child at heart. It's inevitable that she's a little rude." Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang smiled and said, "I can see that. I don't mind." Senior. At this moment, Lang Chunwon seemed to have seen enough. She came in front of Feng Qingyang and stared at Feng Qingyang. "If I become your disciple, will you teach me the way of the sword?" When Lang Chunwan said that, not only was Feng Qingyang shocked, but even Su Baili was stunned. He did not expect this little girl to have such thoughts. Yang Yuchen was even more embarrassed. "Senior Feng, my fourth junior sister, is not only a child at heart. She also likes to talk nonsense sometimes." "You," however, before Yang Yuchen could finish a sentence, Lang Chunwan interrupted him. "Third senior brother, don't interrupt. I'm sincerely asking Senior Feng." As for Feng Qingyang, he smiled at Lang Chunwan, who was staring at him innocently. "If you really want to learn my way of the sword, I can teach it to you. However, how much you can comprehend will depend on yourself. As for becoming my disciple, there's no need for that. You're the senior sister of my disciple, Duan Lingtian, so I won't hide anything from you." He had also heard about the two disciples from the 10,000 Law School's inner palace killing those who were eyeing his disciple, Duan Lingtian, for the Gods' Convergence spring near the 10,000 Law School. Therefore, he had a good impression of the 10,000 Law School's inner palace. "Of course." At this point, as Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up, Feng Qingyang continued, "The prerequisite is that you haven't come into contact with any of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll bite off more than you can chew, and it'll affect your progress in comprehending the Tao. Of course, if you're smart enough, you can observe it and maybe it'll give you some inspiration." Feng Qingyang said, "Even my disciple senior brother can observe my way of the sword." At this point, Feng Qingyang looked at Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen was also a little excited at this moment. The person in front of him might not have a higher cultivation level than him, but in terms of strength, he knew he might not be his opponent, even if his opponent had just entered the ultimate God realm. Even though he had just entered the ultimate God realm, with the help of the heaven-defying sword principle, his strength might not be weaker than his second senior brother, who was widely recognized as the top medium ultimate god. "Girl." At this moment, Su Baili looked at Lang Chunwan and said with a smile, "Didn't you say you wanted to spar with your junior brother's master when you arrived? Why don't you spar with me?" Su Baili's smile was meaningful. When Lang Chunwan heard that, she did not immediately agree. Instead, she looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, "Senior, what's your cultivation level now?" At this moment, Lang Chunwan also remembered something. Not long ago, in the chaos region of the realm of chaos, the person who was ranked 3rd in the overall ranking list was also called Feng Qingyang. He was a superior god emperor. At that time, she did not think that he had the same name as her junior brother's master. Now that she saw him in person, she could not help but think of that person, if it was really that person, even if he had not broken through and was still a superior god emperor. She had no confidence in defeating him. "I just entered the lower ultimate god realm," Feng Qingyang said with a smile. Lang Chunwan heard that and her eyes narrowed slightly. She then asked bluntly, "Senior, you were ranked 3rd in the overall ranking list of the realm of chaos in the realm of chaos, right?" "Yes." When Feng Qingyang nodded, Lang Chunwan was certain. She quickly shook her head and said, "I'm not a match for you, Senior. It's better if I don't embarrass myself." Although she was straightforward, she was not stupid. Why would she want to be humiliated when she knew she would lose? As for Yang Yuchen, he was not surprised when he heard Feng Qingyang said he was ranked 3rd in the overall ranking list of the realm of chaos in the realm of chaos, since he had already guessed it. A superior god emperor who possessed terrifying strength and superb sword Tao. He was also known as Feng Qingyang. How coincidental would it be if there was another monstrous sword Tao genius named Feng Qingyang in the realm of chaos? Yang Yuchen felt it was impossible for such a coincidence to exist. For this reason, he was certain Feng Qingyang was Feng Qingyang. Although Duan Lingtian had invited his law clones to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm, he had not expected Duan Lingtian to bring him to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, at that time he had only heard from his little junior brother, Duan Lingtian, that his master, Feng Qingyang, was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had not met Feng Qingyang. For this reason, he had only heard rumors about Feng Qingyang. Previously, he had thought Feng Qingyang was not a simple person since his little junior brother was so monstrous. Now he had confirmed his suspicions. Now, when he saw the other party, he was extremely respectful. While it was true that the other party was his junior brother, it was also because the other party had walked further on the path of the 4 Taoists of heaven and earth than he had. Moreover, Feng Qingyang was a true monstrous genius. In fact, if they were in the same cultivation base, Feng Qingyang might not be any weaker than his little junior brother. Senior, you're here because you heard I went to the Xia clan and came back. Are you here to ask about little junior brother? Yang Yuchen looked at Feng Qingyang again and went straight to the point. Yes. Feng Qingyang's expression turned grim. I heard he didn't come back with you. Is he still in the Xia clan? No. Yang Yuchen sighed. Yang Yuchen sighed before he explained Duan Lingtian's situation to Feng Qingyang. He also explained Duan Lingtian's choice. I didn't expect this. Feng Qingyang's expression darkened when he heard his disciple had reunited with his little junior brother. But something had happened to his little junior brother. However, he was not surprised by his disciple's decision. After all, his disciple was such a person. If he wasn't such a person, it would be impossible for him to have such terrifying achievements in just a short 1,000 years. He was only 1,000 years old, and his strength was comparable to a peak, greater, ultimate god. How many people in the history of the god-defying realm could achieve this at such a young age? Feng Qingyang followed Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunwan to the independent dimension where the inner palace of Wandala Palace was located. Duan Lingtian finally saw the space barrier in front of him. Along the way, although he intentionally controlled the consumption of the divine power in his body, his speed was not slow. He traveled as fast as lightning. After a period of time, he finally reached the end of the road and saw the space barrier that he had been dreaming of. Next, as long as he broke the space barrier, he would leave the turbulent space and enter a stable, independent space. That space could be the endless void, the land outside the realm, or one of the subsidiary realms of the god-defying realm. Could it be somewhere else? While breaking the space barrier and shuttling through, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little curious. If he could choose, he would naturally choose the land outside the realm. It was also the place he wanted to go the most. Chapter 43:59. Of course, Duan Lingtian wanted to go to the outer realm even in his dreams. However, Duan Lingtian also knew that he had no choice. Everything depended on luck, and where he ended up was up to God's will. There are 3 possibilities. The best result is to reach the outer realm directly. The second best is to reach one of the subsidiary realms of the god-defying realm, and then find a way to teleport to the outer realm through the transmission formation of the subsidiary realms of the god-defying realm. The worst-case scenario would be to enter the endless void. After entering the endless void, one would have to break through space again and enter the spatial turbulence. Following the turbulence, one would have to continue searching for the next spatial barrier and break through the spatial barrier to enter the next place. Of course, after entering the endless void, Duan Lingtian had a chance to recover, because in the endless void, although the spirit chi of heaven and earth was thin, the spirit chi of heaven and earth in the small world in his body could be used. In the endless void, there was no need to worry about the interference and influence of the space turbulence after the small world in his body was opened like in the turbulent space. The endless void posed no threat to the small world in his body. The only drawback was that the spirit chi of heaven and earth here was thin, and at the same time it was very barren. There was no end to it, and there might be some hidden dangers. What is behind the space barrier? The answer will be revealed soon. When Duan Lingtian broke the space barrier in front of him and jumped, there was no previous wave in his heart, as if he had been mentally prepared. However, when he passed through the space barrier and saw the situation in front of him, even if he had been mentally prepared, he could not help but feel a little depressed. What entered his eyes was a dusky darkness. In this place, the spirit chi of heaven and earth was so thin that there was almost no spirit chi. It was a barren land, and he could not see the sky or the ground. It was as if there was nothing. Even if he had never been to such a place before, even if it was his first time coming to such a place, Duan Lingtian could guess where it was at this moment. The endless void. It was also the last place he thought of. I didn't expect that I would encounter the most unexpected place. After sighing, Duan Lingtian's mood was completely adjusted, because he knew that since he had come to this place, the wood had already sunk, and there was no way to change it. Moreover, before coming here, in fact, in the depths of his heart, he had prepared for the worst. Therefore, there was no need to think about what to do next. Using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his small world, he recovered his divine power. When his divine power recovered to its peak, he entered the turbulent space and continued to travel through it, looking for the next spatial barrier, until they entered one of the other two places. Fortunately, I had the help of that senior from the Xia clan to help me through the most difficult part of the journey. After that, even if I entered the turbulent space again to look for the spatial barrier to break through, I would always be nearby. The ancestor of the Xia clan could be said to have opened up a path in the turbulent space and sent Duan Lingtian away from the vicinity of the God-defying realm. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian entered the turbulent space again and looked for other spatial barriers to break, he was not worried about returning to the God-defying realm. Or he could enter the boundless void again. Or they could reach the outer realm or the subsidiary realms of the God-defying realm near the God-defying realm. For Duan Lingtian, as long as he did not have to enter the endless void, it was a good thing. After spending a few days, Duan Lingtian's divine power was restored to its peak. Then, he entered the turbulent space again. Duan Lingtian shuttled back and forth in the vicinity. After a while, he finally saw another spatial barrier. However, after breaking through the barrier again, the anticipation in his heart disappeared. It's the endless void again. This time, Duan Lingtian returned to the endless void again. According to the words of the ancestor of the Xia clan, the endless void occupied the largest space among the 10,000 realms, followed by the outer realm, then the 10,000 realms, and then the turbulent space. The endless void was separated from the 10,000 realms. Anyone could enter, but after entering, there was actually no benefit. However, according to the ancestor of the Xia clan, many supreme experts had set up their homes in the endless void. Some supreme experts opened up their own independent spatial planes in the endless void, and there were also supreme experts who simply stayed in the endless void. This was because in the history of the 10,000 realms, there were many powerful supreme experts who comprehended the Tao in the endless void, and their strength increased by a level. Among them, there was no lack of existences who once stood at the top of the 10,000 realms. Of course, for Duan Lingtian, these had nothing to do with him. Even the vast majority of supreme experts had stayed in the endless void for many years and had not comprehended anything, let alone him, a middle-level supreme god who had not even stepped into the realm of a high-level supreme god. Now he only wanted to leave the endless void and did not need to enter the turbulent space again. As long as he did not enter the endless void, whether it was the outer realm or the subsidiary realms of the God-defying realm, it was fine. The endless void again. Damn. Or, originally, Duan Lingtian thought that he would be considered unlucky if he entered the endless void 2 or 3 times. However, he did not expect that he would enter the endless void 8 times in a row. He was about to break down. Fortunately, the 9th time, it was finally no longer the endless void. Here, now, After Duan Lingtian passed through the spatial barrier again, he found that what appeared in front of him was no longer the endless void. This made him, who had once again prepared for the worst, stunned for a few seconds before a surprised smile appeared on his face. Then he felt the heaven and earth spirit energy here. Just by feeling the heaven and earth spirit energy, I can't be sure where this place is. In the outer realm, the heaven and earth spirit energy was not considered rich. It was not even as rich as some places in the 10,000 realms with abundant heaven and earth spirit energy. Let's see if there's anyone first. The language of the God-defying realm is also the common language of the 10,000 realms. Even if this is another realm, there's no barrier to communicating with the life here. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, it's best if this is the outer realm. Even if it's not, as long as I find a way to the teleportation formation of this realm to the outer realm, I can still go to the outer realm. Of course, this process is not difficult, but it's not easy either. Now, Duan Lingtian's cultivation was only at the middle-level Supreme God realm. His strength could amaze others. However, once the news of a middle-level Supreme God with such amazing strength spread back to the God-defying realm, or to the ears of those who were in contact with the God-defying realm, it would not be difficult for people to suspect his identity. This was not what he wanted to see. If this is one of the subordinate realms of the God-defying realm, find a force that has a teleportation formation to the outer realm to join, and use the teleportation formation as quickly as possible to go to the outer realm. In this way, even if my identity is exposed later, I'm in the outer realm. If they want to find me, it's tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. This was also Duan Lingtian's plan. Chapter 4360. Duan Lingtian himself knew very well. Right now, he had a large amount of divine, corrupting spring water in his hands. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was a delicious piece of cake. Even supreme experts would not be able to resist the temptation of the divine, corrupting spring water and would attack him. Of course, those people did not know that he only had half of the divine, corrupting spring left. As for the other half, apart from giving a portion to his 2 senior brothers and a portion to Xiajie, the 3rd master of the Xia family, most of the rest were taken to the lower dimensions by his law clones. His law clone used the space-piercing godly shuttle to leave the world of divine remains. Of course, he had originally planned to use his true body to leave using the space-piercing godly shuttle. However, according to Xiajie, if his true body used the space-piercing godly shuttle to leave, it would leave behind traces. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see those traces, but supreme experts would be able to detect some clues as long as they wanted to. From there, they would be able to find the lower planes by following those clues. And this was not what he wanted to see. Naturally, he would not choose to take the risk. Currently, his law clones had brought the divine corrupting spring water back to the lower secondary realm. They had traveled through many mundane realms and Devata realms to ensure they were safe before they returned to the place where they had settled down to give the divine, corrupting spring water to his family and friends. What surprised him the most was the increase in Huan Er's cultivation base. It was too fast. It was so fast that it was somewhat exaggerated. Divine Emperor realm. Even Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. After all, this was something that he did not expect. This was because Huan had always stayed in the place he had arranged for her and her family. It was a mundane realm, and she had always listened to him and never left. Huan what happened to your cultivation? How did he improve so quickly? Duan Lingtian had returned to the mundane plane with his Law of Life avatar, which was also the strongest law avatar besides his Law of Time and Law of Space avatars. The reason why he had brought back this law avatar was firstly because it was strong enough, and secondly, even if he wanted to condense this law avatar again, it would be much easier with the help of the divine Tree of Life. I'm not sure either. However, in response to Duan Lingtian's question, She shook her head. It was to the extent that she didn't have much of an idea of her current strength, because she didn't have the opportunity to make a move. She only knew that recently, her cultivation had increased rapidly. Every once in a while, when she was cultivating, a black hole would appear beside her. Then, energy would surge out and fuse into her body to help her cultivate. That power was incomparably mysterious, but when it entered her body, it gave her the feeling of a wanderer returning home. Her body did not feel any discomfort at all. When she told Duan Lingtian about what had happened, Duan Lingtian's expression turned incomparably serious. Based on what Huan said, her power comes from behind the spatial barrier. That's an external force. What's going on? Even though he was quite knowledgeable, he still could not figure out what was going on with Huan or his situation. Therefore, he could only ask, Huan, when did the energy from behind the spatial barrier appear? Some time after I became a lesser deity, Huan answered immediately. Huan cultivation base had been rising rapidly all this while. Moreover, with the resources that Duan Lingtian had given her, it was not difficult for her to become a deity. When Duan Lingtian pressed her further, he learned that the mysterious energy had only appeared after she had consolidated her cultivation base and become a lesser deity. In the end, Duan Lingtian came to a conclusion. Huan was most likely able to obtain the mysterious energy because of her true form. Her true form was the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, a rare super-divine beast that only appeared once in 1,000,000 years in the Devata realms. According to Huan's mother, there were only a few records about the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox due to the passage of time. There was no mention of the previous Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's cultivation base. It was rumored that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had attained godhood. However, no one knew for sure. A Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was not as simple as he thought when he thought about how she had become a divine emperor in such a short time. Moreover, according to her, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was not as simple as she seemed. Otherwise, why would the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox receive such treatment after becoming a deity? There must be something fishy going on. I've been in the realms of gods for many years, and I've learned about some powerful divine beasts. However, no matter how powerful they are, they have their limits. Most of the major ultimate god forces are human forces. However, there are some divine beasts in the major ultimate god forces. Among the high-level ultimate gods, it's difficult for the powerful divine beasts to become a top high-level ultimate god. Naturally, it's not necessary for a divine beast to become a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, among the supreme powerhouses, there aren't many supreme powerhouses who have become divine beasts. It's as though the origin of a divine beast is not a human, but a beast. There's a limit to how much it can become a supreme powerhouse. In the history of the god-defying realm, there have been divine beasts who don't have such a limit. However, they are extremely rare and haven't appeared for many years. However, it's rumored that any of those divine beasts are extremely terrifying. Those who have just become upper ultimate gods do not even need to consolidate their cultivation base to be as strong as a top upper ultimate god. Once they become a supreme powerhouse, they'll be at the peak of the supreme powerhouses. It's as though the divine beasts are blessed by the heavens. However, it seems like the divine beasts haven't appeared for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. If I didn't read the ancient book in the inner palace, I wouldn't have known about this. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened when he thought about this. There was also a record in that ancient book. It was the speculation of the ancestor of the inner palace. That ancestor also had a divine beast companion. According to him, after that divine beast companion had become a deity, it would feel like a small portion of its power was being drained away when it cultivated. Moreover, all beast cultivators would have that kind of trouble when they reached the divine spirit realm. It was more like a kind of rule. Perhaps after the beast-type cultivators became gods, the energy they lost was accumulated somewhere. In the end, this power would leave the place where it was accumulated and help those rare divine beasts who are blessed by the heavens to advance, thus giving birth to a heaven-defying divine beast that's only seen once in 1,000,000 years. Even now, Duan Lingtian still remembered that record. Not only would my companion lose its divine power when it cultivated, but it would also lose its comprehension of the power of law. It would never be able to enter the perfected realm. It's the same for other divine beasts. This is also one of the reasons why it's almost impossible for a top, upper, ultimate god to appear in beast cultivators, unless the beast cultivator can comprehend one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth at an extremely high level. However, for ordinary beast-type cultivators to be able to comprehend any one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth to that level, they've basically become supreme experts. Therefore, I guess after beast cultivators become gods, the loss of power during cultivation, their comprehension of the power of law is close to the perfected realm, and the continuous loss of the power of law is most likely caused by some kind of rule in the God-defying realm. In addition to the existence of the heaven-defying divine beast that's said to be rarely seen in 1,000,000 years, I further guess that the beast cultivators within 1,000,000 years after becoming gods are all using a special method to feed back the heaven-defying divine beast that's said to be rarely seen in 1,000,000 years. This kind of feeding back is caused by the rules of the God-defying realm and not by the beast cultivator's own will. Perhaps this is a scheme set up by the ancestors of the heaven-defying divine beasts, so that their lineage can continue to grow stronger. It's hard to imagine what kind of existence could set up such a shocking scheme. Even the strongest supreme expert in the God-defying realm might not have such an ability, right? Instead, the strongest experts in the strongest few realms, in the 10,000 realms, might have the ability to do so. If all my guesses are correct, there must have been an existence at that level in the God-defying realm. Perhaps a long time ago, the God-defying realm was once one of the top realms in the myriad of worlds because of the existence of the heaven-defying divine beast's ancestor who set up such a shocking scheme. Although these were the guesses of the ancestor of the inner palace in the myriad jurisprudence palace, Duan Lingtian did not think the ancestor's guesses were likely to be true. This was because it was too unbelievable. What kind of existence could set up such a shocking scheme and forcibly extract the power and comprehension of the laws from the beast cultivators in the God-defying realm to feed back to their descendants? However, now that he knew what had happened to Huan, he could not help but recall the speculation of the ancestor of the inner palace. If his speculation was true, then Huan Er's experience could be explained. Huan was the heaven-defying divine beast of this generation. Moreover, the ancestor of the inner palace also mentioned that only the beast cultivators in the God-defying realm would be restricted in their comprehension of the laws in the God-defying realm. There are some beast cultivators in the God-defying realm who leave the God-defying realm to cultivate. Such a situation would not occur in the land outside the realm. However, even if these beast cultivators successfully break through in the land outside the realm and possess the strength of a peak superior ultimate god, after they return to the God-defying realm, the power in their bodies will still be drained away. The laws that they originally comprehended to the perfection stage will also drop in their realm. It's as if there's a curse in the God-defying realm that targets the beast cultivators. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock. The guess of the ancestor of the inner palace was very likely to be true. In the past, there might really be a heaven-defying beast cultivator in the God-defying realm who set up such a shocking scheme to feed back his descendants, who were only born in nearly 1,000,000 years. End of this chapter. Chapter 4361. Before Duan Lingtian went to the realms of gods, he had learned that some of the powerful beasts in the Devata realms were just an extension of the forces in the realms of gods. In other words, the powerful beasts in the Devata realms had established their own forces in the realms of gods. Some of the beasts had even given birth to supreme powerhouses. However, it was not until he went to the realms of gods that Duan Lingtian discovered some of the powerful divine beast forces were not weaker than the major ultimate god forces. Many people regarded them as major ultimate god forces, but they regarded themselves as major ultimate god forces. In the beginning, he did not understand. It was not until he learned about the restrictions on beasts after they entered the ultimate god stage that he realized why the powerful divine beast forces were so low-key. It was because of the restrictions on beasts in the divine defiance realm. Not only divine venerable realm beast cultivators. It's said that even divine venerable realm beast cultivators will be restricted to a certain extent in the god-defying realm. This has also led to many beast cultivators who have become supreme experts to be more willing to stay in the outer realm outside the god-defying realm, or to guard the subsidiary forces of the god-defying realm. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but become vigilant. If it were not for Huan, or his strange behavior, he would not have thought of this. If the place his original body went to was not the land outside the realm, but a subsidiary realm of the reverse god realm, in that realm it was very likely that there were beast-type cultivators from the reverse god realm who had become supreme experts. The people in the subordinate realms might not know about Duan Lingtian or Duan Lingtian. In the past, those from the divine defiance realm most likely knew about Duan Lingtian's existence. If that place is not a land outside the realm, and is really one of the subordinate realms of the god-defying realm, and there is a divine beast of the god-defying realm guarding there, the other party most likely knows me and understands me. For this reason, I can't join any ultimate god forces in that realm to avoid being discovered. At this moment, Duan Lingtian became vigilant. At the same time, his life clone looked at Huan with a gentle gaze. He felt that Huan was his lucky star. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have cared about her at all. One had to know that the slightest mistake in this matter could cost him his life. Huan, tell me more about the characteristics of that energy. Duan Lingtian was happy for Huan's fortuitous encounter. At the same time, he was curious as to how the energy had returned to Huan. At the same time, he was also worried that the energy might cause some instability to Huan. However, as Huan described the characteristics of the energy, Duan Lingtian gradually relaxed. Based on what Huan had said, it was unlikely that the energy would affect her. It hasn't been that long, but you're already a celestial emperor. Perhaps it won't be long before you become a god emperor. It won't be long before I reach the ultimate god realm. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Initially, he thought his family and friends could only live under his protection in the future. However, based on Huan experience, her future achievements would not be mediocre. She might even become a supreme expert, one of the strongest among supreme experts. After all, if Huan was really the descendant of that heaven-defying divine beast, even if she was not as strong as that person, she would not be too far off. Based on the heaven-defying plan that person had set up, that person was definitely one of the strongest existences in the divine defiance realm. Perhaps he might even be one of the strongest existences in the myriad of worlds. The plan that person set up is still in place. This means that either no one in the divine defiance realm is capable of breaking his plan, or no one is capable of breaking his plan. Otherwise, someone is capable of breaking his plan, but has yet to do so. If it was the latter, it would be fine. If it was the former, how strong was that person? After so many years of planning, no one had been able to break through it until now. How terrifying was his strength! Duan Lingtian's life clone returned to the mundane realm where his family and friends were settled. Then he distributed the divine, corrupting spring water to them. Naturally, with the cultivation bases of his family and friends, forcefully consuming the divine, corrupting spring water would only cause adverse effects. For this reason, he deliberately diluted the divine, corrupting spring water. The water he used to dilute the divine, hoarding spring was not ordinary water. Instead, it was a liquid treasure that he had collected in the realms of gods. It was a treasure that could help those with weaker cultivation bases in their cultivation. These treasures were useless to him, but they were treasures to his family and friends. Father, mother, I saw Kerr. Duan Lingtian's life clone arrived at his father, Duan Rafeng and mother, Li Ro's residence. He sat with them and mentioned his wife, Kerr, for the first time. Previously, when he was with his daughter, Duan Siling, he did not mention Kerr at all. This was because he did not want his daughter to know about her mother's current condition. Duan Siling was a sensible child. Although her mother, Kerr, was not by her side, she had always missed her mother. Therefore, she understood why her mother could not be by her side. She had never complained about this before. Although she did not have her mother by her side, she did not lack maternal love as she grew up. Whether it was Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, or Huan Er, all of them had cared for her so much that she never felt like she lacked maternal love. How's Kerr? Li Ro suddenly became nervous. She had just heard her son mention her daughter-in-law. In fact, when the whole family was gathered together, she wanted to ask very much, but she didn't dare to. Duan Rafeng reached out and held his wife's hand. Don't worry. Let's listen to our son first. Duan Lingtian did not hide anything and told his parents everything that had happened to his wife, Kerr. Duan Rafeng and Li Ro fell silent when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. In the end, Duan Rufeng said, Therefore, you plan to head to the outer realm and grow stronger so you can kill the supreme powerhouse who has merged with Yun Qing Yen to save Kerr. Duan Lingtian nodded. As for Li Ro, although she knew it was dangerous for her son to head to the outer realm, she did not try to persuade him. After all, she knew her son well and knew it was impossible to persuade him. Moreover, she was worried about her daughter-in-law and hoped her son would be able to rescue her daughter-in-law. Although her son had many wives and confidants, and Li Ro did not usually favor any of them, Kerr was different in her heart. First of all, Kerr had been by her side since she was a young girl. At that time, she only had a son and not a daughter. Therefore, she treated Kerr as her daughter. Not only did she treat Kerr as her daughter-in-law, but she also treated her as her daughter. It was an additional emotion. Father, mother, don't worry. Haven't I been fine for the past 1,000 years? Don't worry, it won't be long before I bring Kerr back. When Duan Lingtian saw that his parents were worried but did not express it, he took the lead and comforted both of them with a smile on his face. Tianer. Duan Rafeng finally spoke. He sighed softly and said, The next time you see the clan leader of the Xia family, please be more courteous. After all, you're a junior. Kerr may have lived 2 lives, but her soul has not changed. She's still his daughter. Even if he did something that upset you, it's because he has a responsibility that is different from ordinary people. As the clan leader of the Xia family, he has to consider the interests of the family in many things. Duan Rafeng had once led a prefecture in the mundane realm. Therefore, he knew that, as a leader, there were many things to consider. It was not that simple. Father, I know that. Duan Lingtian nodded. It was because he knew this that he did not fall out with the clan leader of the Xia family and only dealt with it coldly. If Kerr did not blame the clan leader after she woke up and even wanted him to call him father, he would do so. But now he could not treat the clan leader like a normal son-in-law. Duan Lingtian chatted with his parents for a while, asked about their cultivation situation, and solved some of their doubts. After that, he left. However, after he went out, a helpless and bitter smile appeared on his face. I've encountered the worst-case scenario after all. That place is not the land outside the realm. It's one of the subordinate realms of the God-defying realm, the reincarnation realm. The reincarnation realm was one of the subordinate realms of the God-defying realm. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not know much about this realm. Even when he was in the God-defying realm, he had not heard anyone mention this realm. Of course, the reason why he had not heard anyone mention it was because the people he came into contact with were at most some divine masters. The communication between divine masters was basically limited to the God-defying realm. Perhaps when he became an ultimate expert one day, He would talk about the subordinate realms of the God-defying realm when he communicated with other ultimate experts. Now, there are three choices. The first choice is to return to the turbulent space and continue to try my luck. The second choice is to immediately join a reincarnation realm force that has a teleportation formation to the land outside the realm and go directly from the reincarnation realm to the land outside the realm. The third choice is to cultivate in the reincarnation realm and enter a force in the reincarnation realm after entering the upper divine master realm. From there, you can go to the land outside the realm. Three choices. The third was undoubtedly the safest and the safest. It was almost impossible to be targeted. His cultivation was at the upper divine master realm. No matter how strong he was, no one would guess his identity. If he went directly to a force now and showed his strength, it was very likely that his identity would be exposed. The first choice, I'd better give up. I'd better not touch things like luck. Duan Lingtian did not dare to believe his luck at all. He had wandered in the turbulent space many times before he ended up in the boundless void. The third choice, although stable, is too long. Chapter 4362. In the end, Duan Lingtian chose the second option. He would join a top force in the reincarnation realm and use their transporting formation to travel to the outer land before he became a greater ultimate god. The most important thing now is to join a top force in the reincarnation realm that has a transporting formation to the outer land. Then, I'll have to find a way to enter the reincarnation realm and use their transporting formation to travel to the outer land. With my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to join any top force in the reincarnation realm. However, I'm afraid it'll attract too much attention if I reveal my strength when I'm only a lesser ultimate god. Naturally, it'll be best if I can join a force without revealing my full strength. I'll have to plan for this. Although Duan Lingtian wanted to go to the outer land even in his dreams, he did not lose his cool. Instead, he became calmer. After all, a wrong decision could cost him his life. If he was alone, then he would dare to take the risk. However, the problem was that he was no longer alone. He had too many responsibilities on his shoulders. He could not allow himself to do as he pleased. In the end, Duan Lingtian began to ask around to find out which top force was the closest to the samsara realm. During this time, Duan Lingtian discovered the reincarnation realm was completely different from the reverse divine realm. In the reverse divine realm, there were 18 realms of gods. Below them were 81 Devata realms and countless mundane realms. In the reincarnation realm, there were only 9 realms. Moreover, these realms were called realms. The reincarnation realm was divided into the upper 3 realms, middle 3 realms, and lower 3 realms. The lower 3 realms were similar to the mundane realms in the reverse divine realm. However, they were at least 10 times larger than the largest mundane realm in the reverse divine realm. In the lower 3 realms, those who were close to becoming a celestial being or had just become a celestial being were the strongest. The middle 3 realms were similar to the Devata realms in the reverse divine realm. Lesser gods who had just become gods were strong enough to rule over a region. The upper 3 realms were similar to the reverse divine realm. There were many gods and top forces in the upper 3 realms. After all this time, I'm currently in one of the 3 middle regions of the reincarnation realm. After asking around, Duan Lingtian felt a little helpless. Then he went to a nearby teleportation array that led to the upper 3 regions and directly teleported to the upper 3 regions. Although there were some twists and turns in this process, Duan Lingtian only displayed the cultivation of an ordinary deity, so no one dared to make things difficult for him. Even in the hands of a lesser deity, as long as they did not go overboard, they would be able to run amok in the middle 3 regions. Even the most powerful forces in the middle 3 regions, who had the backing of deities or even forces from the upper 3 regions, would not easily provoke a lower-ranking deity. This is the Luo region, one of the 3 upper regions of the realm of Samsara. In the Luo territory, there are 3 great powers, and all of them have patriarchs who are extremely strong. These 3 powers all have teleportation arrays that lead to the outer realms. After Duan Lingtian arrived at the Luo territory of the reincarnation realm, he quickly found out about this. Then he set his sights on one of the 3 great powers in the Luo region, the Sun family. This was because the Sun family was the closest to him after he arrived at the Luo region. Moreover, as the only family among the 3 great powers, it was relatively easier for the Sun family to sneak in and use the teleportation array. If I don't display my full strength and enter the Sun family, as long as I display part of my strength and get to know the direct descendants of the Sun family who have the right to speak, I will have a chance to enter the Sun family. They might not be stingy with using the Sun family's teleportation array just once. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian began to plan and investigate the Sun family at the same time. Everything was carried out cautiously. In fact, with his current strength, even if he forced his way into the Sun family and displayed his strength, the Sun family would still be willing to do him a favor and send him to the outer realms using the teleportation array. However, the consequence of this was that the Sun family would know his strength. If he displayed such strength with the cultivation of a medium godly master, perhaps, when he arrived at the reincarnation realm in the outer realms, his identity would be exposed and he would be hunted down by the ultimate powerhouses of the reincarnation realm. Of course, he might not be so unlucky. However, he could not take the risk. In particular, in the reincarnation realm, there was an ultimate powerhouse from the God-defying realm. Although he did not know where the ultimate powerhouse from the God-defying realm was in the reincarnation realm, it was necessary to be careful. The Sun family was one of the top 3 forces in the Luo region of the upper 3 regions of the reincarnation realm. An ultimate powerhouse was born in the reincarnation realm nearly 100,000 years ago. Since then, the entire family had walked to the peak of the reincarnation realm. In the Sun family, the direct descendants were also divided into many branches, and there was a lot of competition between them. Although the position of the patriarch of the Sun family was passed down from one branch, as long as one was a direct descendant, any direct descendant of any branch had the qualifications to compete for the position of the patriarch. In the current generation of the Sun family, the direct descendants were divided into 7 branches. Sun Yuqian was the most outstanding descendant of the current generation of the direct descendants of the Sun family. He was also one of the direct descendants of the Sun family who was most likely to become the next patriarch of the Sun family. Of course, he was not the son of the patriarch of the Sun family, but the son of the 4th master of the Sun family. In the eyes of the Sun family, the competition for the position of the next patriarch of the Sun family was basically decided between 3 people. One of them was Sun Yuqian. As for the other 2, one of them was the son of the current patriarch of the Sun family, while the other was a genius from another branch of the direct descendants of the Sun family. Among the 3 of them, Sun Yuqian was the strongest. However, in terms of overall strength, Sun Yuqian's branch was the weakest among the several branches of the Sun family, as it had been a long time since they had produced an expert. Because of that, this branch also saw Sun Yuqian as their hope. On this day, Sun Yuqian returned from his job as usual. He was accompanied by a medium ultimate god from his branch to protect him. Among the many branches of the direct descendants of the Sun family, only Sun Yuqian's branch did not have a high-level ultimate god. The other branches all had high-level ultimate gods. Second uncle, actually, you don't have to keep following me. The family's property is not far from the Sun family. There won't be any danger. On the way back to the Sun family, Sun Yuqian said to the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man was Sun Yuqian's second uncle, Sun Long. When he heard Sun Yuqian's words, he shook his head. Yuqian, you're the hope of our branch. As the strongest person in our generation, it's only right for me to protect you as you grow up. As long as you surpass me in the future, everything I do for you will be worth it. Sun Long was Sun Yuqian's second uncle and Sun Yuqian's younger brother. There were only 6 people left in their branch. Sun Long was the branch patriarch of this branch. Sun Long's greatest wish in this life was to see this nephew of his become the head of the family and restore the glory of their bloodline. In the past, their bloodline had produced quite a few patriarchs. However, in the past 20,000 years, there had not been a single patriarch. Second uncle, I won't let you down. Sun Yuqian said solemnly. All right. Sun Long smiled. However, the smile on Sun Long's face froze in an instant. Then his pupils shrank sharply. The energy in his body swept out and shrouded Sun Yuqian, who was beside him. Boom! There was a loud noise. Sun Long turned into flames and left the place with Sun Yuqian. Almost at the same time, a saber with a terrifying aura of destruction slashed down from the heavens, landing where the 2 of them had been standing. The void trembled, and a tiny spatial crack appeared, closing after a while. Then a tall figure shrouded in a black robe stepped on the air and landed. At the same time, another loud noise was heard. This time, it was a tall man in a gray robe with a mask on his face. He flew toward Sun Long, who had escaped with Sun Yuqian. Who are you? Sun Long's expression changed again. He hurriedly tried to stop the other party, but soon found that the other party's strength was not weaker than his. If it was a one-on-one battle, he was not afraid of the other party. However, the other party had a helper. Moreover, judging from the helper's attack, just now it was very powerful. The helper's strength was not weaker than his. There were 2 middle-level ultimate gods who were on par with him. Leave Sun Yuqian behind, and you can leave. The black-robed man flew over. He was also wearing a mask, and his voice was extremely cold. Otherwise, both of you will stay here today. Hee, the gray-robed man chuckled. You can send a message to the Sun clan for help. However, the 3 of us are confident that we can kill both of you before the Sun clan arrives. 3 people. As soon as the gray-robed man said that, Sun Long and Sun Yuqian, who had just sent a message to the Sun clan for help, turned pale. Don't talk nonsense. Just kill them. A cold voice was heard. A thin figure seemed to appear out of thin air. Every move he made was accompanied by an extremely cold aura that swept across the sky. Once he made his move, it was as if thousands of miles were frozen. The surrounding space instantly froze. Kill. The other 2 attacked together. It's over. Sun Long's face was pale. Another middle-level ultimate god who was on par with him had come. If it was just the 2 of them, he was confident that he could stop them and allow the Sun clan to come in time to protect his nephew. The worst-case scenario was that he would die alone. However, with 3 middle-level ultimate gods who were on par with him, even if the Sun clan came now, it would be too late. They were still some distance away from the Sun clan. Even if the Sun clan sent a high-level ultimate god, it would take at least half an hour for them to arrive. Sun Yuqian's face was filled with despair. Was he going to die? Who was it? Who was the one who found these 3 people to kill him? Was it those 2 guys? How could they be so bold to do such a thing? Were they not worried that they would be found out and executed according to the rules of the clan? Kill them. The 3 of them attacked Sun Long and Sun Yuqian at the same time. Just as Sun Long made his move with an extremely ugly expression, he suddenly saw a figure flying past them from the corner of his eyes. That person only glanced at them before leaving on his own. Judging by the speed of the other party, he was obviously a middle-level ultimate god. At that moment, Sun Long's eyes lit up as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. He shouted loudly, "Brother, help me stop these 3 people for a quarter of an hour. My Sun clan's high-level ultimate god will be here soon. My Sun clan will reward you handsomely." In the distance, the young man who had been flying by as if nothing had happened and had no intention of meddling in this matter, even though he had seen the situation here. However, After hearing Sun Long's words, he paused. At that moment, Sun Long and Sun Yuqian saw each other clearly. It was a young man in purple. He was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. End of chapter. Chapter 4363. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with. Everything that had transpired was part of Duan Lingtian's plan. The three medium-level ultimate gods were actors that he had spent a lot of effort coaxing, pestering, threatening, and bribing to get them to join him. After all, they were targeting the Sun Clan, one of the top forces in the Luo region. If the three intermediate ultimate gods did not submit to Duan Lingtian, they would not have been so bold as to target the Sun Clan. They wore masks because they did not want to expose their identities. Although their masks looked simple, there were many formations hidden in them that completely blocked out divine consciousness. It was extremely difficult to see their faces. At the very least, it was almost impossible for anyone below the level of a higher ultimate god to see their faces. Boy, don't meddle in other people's business. When one of the three masked men saw Duan Lingtian had stopped moving and turned to look at Sun Long, one of the masked men cried out in a loud voice, "Brother Lingtian!" Duan Lingtian looked at the masked man who had warned him and said slowly, "I didn't intend to meddle in other people's business, but your tone pissed me off." Sun Long and Sun Yuqian were pleasantly surprised when Duan Lingtian made his move. He did not seem to have made any movements, but the void seemed to have solidified. At the same time, when they regained their senses, they saw the purple-clad young man in front of them moving at an exaggerated speed. How fast? Sun Long's eyes widened. However, he shook his head in the next instant. No. I felt like I was affected by a force earlier. Is it the law of time? This person is skilled in the law of time. The law of time was one of the four supreme laws. It was also the most mysterious law among the four supreme laws. The person in front of him had crossed such a great distance to approach him. It was obvious the person's attainment in the law of time was not inferior to his attainment in the law of time. We're saved. Sun Long was ecstatic. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to inform his nephew. Meanwhile, Sun Yuqian's face was filled with joy. However, in the depths of his eyes, there were still waves of coldness. As long as Sun Yuqian could survive this, he would definitely not let this matter rest. I don't care which one of you did it, this isn't over. In Sun Yuqian's mind, two figures appeared. They were the only two who had the ability to compete with him for the position of the next head of the Sun family, but were slightly inferior to him in all aspects. They were the direct descendants of the Sun family. It was a fair competition. Even if he lost, he had no objections. But if they found someone to kill him, he would not be able to die in peace because of this. Don't bother with this brat, kill them. The three masked men ignored the Duan Lingtian charging over and continued to charge at Sun Long and the other two. To be more precise, they were charging towards Sun Yuqian. Of course, as they charged over, they were also on guard against Duan Lingtian. What kind of deep hatred do you have for you to be so obsessed with killing a high-level emperor god? Duan Lingtian sighed. Although it was not loud, it was clearly heard by Sun Long and Sun Yuqian, causing their expressions to turn even uglier. The three masked men were obviously targeting Sun Yuqian. If I, Sun Long, survive today, I will not let the mastermind off. Sun Long roared in his heart. At this moment, facing the three masked men charging towards him, Sun Long did not dare to hold back. The divine power in his entire body surged as he used all his techniques to protect Sun Yuqian behind him. At this moment, as a high-level emperor god, Sun Yuqian was naturally of no help at all. Senior, please lend me a helping hand. Sun Yuqian looked at Duan Lingtian, who was not far away, and said sincerely through voice transmission, If I, Sun Yuqian, am lucky enough to survive today with your help, I, Sun Yuqian, will definitely help you to the best of my ability in the future." Duan Lingtian, who had originally planned to attack, laughed in his heart when he heard Sun Yuqian's voice transmission. Then he attacked as well. Of course, he did not display his full strength. He only displayed his strength to the extent that it was comparable to Sun Long's. Even so, with Sun Long joining forces, it was enough to stop the three masked men for a short period of time. As for the three masked men, although they had the upper hand, it was obvious that they were getting more and more anxious, as if they were really worried that the high-level ultimate god from the Sun clan would arrive in time. After about 30 breaths of time, the three masked men looked at each other and retreated. "Brat, you've ruined our plan. If we meet you again in the future, we'll definitely tear you to pieces." While the three of them retreated, they did not forget to threaten Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Sun Long did not chase after the three people. Duan Lingtian did not make a move because Sun Long did not allow him to chase after the three people. Sun Long, on the other hand, thought it was meaningless to chase after the three people. After all, if the three people joined forces, they would be stronger than him and the purple-clad young man. After making sure the three of them had left, Sun Long looked at Duan Lingtian gratefully and cupped his hands together to express his gratitude. "Friend, thank you for your help. Otherwise, I'm afraid both of us would have been buried here." Sun Yuqian also stepped forward and silently knelt in the void and bowed to Duan Lingtian. "Senior, thank you for saving my life." Then Duan Lingtian forcibly lifted him up with his divine power. At this time, even Duan Lingtian was a little embarrassed by the honesty of the person in front of him. After all, he was the mastermind behind all this. "It's nothing," Duan Lingtian said. At the same time, Sun Long asked a few questions about Duan Lingtian's background. Duan Lingtian also briefly explained his background. He said that he was a rogue cultivator who had used his connections to pay a high price to go to another top force in the Luo territory and borrow their teleportation formation to teleport to the Outer Land. During this process, Duan Lingtian changed his name to Li Feng. However, he did not expect to meet them on the way. Teleportation formation to the Outer Land. Sun Long and Sun Yuqian were shocked when they heard that Duan Lingtian planned to go to the Outer Land. Sun Long directly said, "Brother Li Feng, why are you going to the Outer Land? Although your strength is not bad, I don't recommend you to go to the Outer Land now. The Outer Land is too dangerous. If a medium-level ultimate god goes there, if he's unlucky, he might never return. I went there once with the clan's experts and saw with my own eyes that many medium-level ultimate gods were killed. Even some weak high-level ultimate gods are meat on the chopping board. They are at the mercy of others." When Sun Long reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with dread. Obviously, he saw the Outer Land as a scourge. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he merely smiled faintly. "I know what you're talking about. However, the cultivation method of our progeny is not only about seeking breakthroughs in danger, it also has an extremely high requirement on one's mental state. I'm going to the Outer Land because I want to become a high-level ultimate god. If I don't go, I might not be able to become a high-level ultimate god in this lifetime. I even have a feeling that if I don't dare to go to the Outer Land, I might not be able to become a high-level ultimate god in this lifetime." As Duan Lingtian spoke, the smile on his face disappeared and he became extremely serious. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sun Long smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Li Feng, you really don't have a choice. Although the Outer Land is dangerous, you might not necessarily be in danger as long as you are careful. In order to become a high-level ultimate god, it's worth taking some risks." Speaking to this point, Sun Long paused. Then he smiled and said, "Brother Li Feng, since you still haven't given the promised benefits to the people from the Zhanyuan sect, you shouldn't go to the Zhanyuan sect. Our Sun family also has a teleportation formation to the Outer Land. You saved us this time, If we can't even help you with such a small matter, we're not worthy of being human, Sun Long said. At this time, Sun Yuqian also said, Yes, Senior Li Feng, you can go to the outer land from our Sun family. The Zhanyuan sect's teleportation formation to the outer land is no different from our Sun family's. This, won't it be too troublesome? Duan Lingtian was a little hesitant. Actually, I can also go to the Zhanyuan sect. Although I need to pay something, at least it's still within the scope of what I can afford. Brother Li Feng. Seeing that Duan Lingtian seemed to want to decline, Sun Long's expression became serious, and he asked with a serious face, Are you declining like this because you look down on us? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly when he heard this. I definitely don't mean that. Since Elder Sun has invited me so graciously, then I'll bother you. However, if this matter is difficult, Elder Sun doesn't have to worry about me. I can still deal with the Zhanyuan sect. Duan Lingtian said again. It's not difficult. Sun Long waved his hand and said, It's just using the teleportation formation. There's no difficulty at all. Brother Li Feng, I don't know what the people from the Zhanyuan sect told you. In fact, the teleportation formation in the outer land only needs to consume enough divine crystals to activate the teleportation formation. There's nothing mysterious about it. Upon hearing Sun Long's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Only divine crystals? However, I heard from the people from the Zhanyuan sect that other than divine crystals, there's another price that needs to be paid. As for what the price is, they didn't tell me. They only said that it's their sect secret. Duan Lingtian had a serious expression on his face as he spoke. One could not tell if he was lying at all. If his acting skills were on Earth, he would definitely be called a best actor. At this moment, Sun Yuqian also spoke up. Senior Li Feng, the people from the Zhanyuan sect must be trying to take advantage of you, so they made this matter sound difficult. After all, this way, Senior Li Feng will be willing to pay a bigger price. Although I, Sun Yuqian, am only a god emperor and have never been to the outer land, I still know a little about the teleportation formation in the outer land. It's just like what my second uncle said. It only needs to spend a certain amount of divine crystals. As for the divine crystals that support a person to teleport to the outer land, it's nothing to our Sun clan. Even if it's just me, I can still afford it. End of this chapter. Chapter 4364. Although Duan Lingtian looked young, he felt young as well. However, because of his strength and the fact that he was Sun Yuqian's savior, Sun Yuqian also respected him as a senior. At this moment, Sun Yuqian's words also guaranteed Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian could leave the reincarnation realm through the Sun family's outer land teleportation formation. Duan Lingtian saw that Sun Yuqian had solved it so well and did not refuse anymore. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble the two of you. The two of you gave me a chance to go to the outer land through the Sun family's outer land teleportation formation. Then, I'll write off my so-called help earlier. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Although they had just met, Duan Lingtian was able to feel Sun Yuqian's sincerity from Sun Yuqian's attitude. Sun Yuqian really took Duan Lingtian as a savior and sincerely wanted to help him. Therefore, he directly pointed this out so that Sun Yuqian would not feel that he owed him a life-saving grace after this. Li Sunlong was about to speak, but was interrupted by Sun Yuqian. Senior Li Feng, how can the life-saving grace that you have for Yuqian be compared to this small thing that Yuqian can do for you? The life-saving grace is greater than the sky. Yuqian will remember it for the rest of his life and never forget it. In the future, if you have any errands for me, I will do my best to help you. Even though it was already after this, Sun Yuqian's attitude was still very firm. He felt that he should repay the life-saving grace with his life. Sun Long also nodded with a satisfied smile at this time. This was how the sons of their bloodline should be. However, while Sun Yuqian was serious, when Duan Ling Tian heard and saw this, he felt extremely embarrassed in his heart. After all, everything that Sun Yuqian went through was carefully planned by him. Those 3 medium-level ultimate gods were the actors he found. Moreover, in order to get these actors to cooperate with him a few days ago, he could be said to have spent a lot of effort. It could even be said that he threatened and lured them. In the end, he promised that they would not expose their identities and that they would not be targeted by the Sun family. Only then did they agree. It could be said that he was being very careful. If he used this method to go to the outer land through the Sun family's outer land teleportation formation, and his identity was still exposed, then he would really have nothing to say. Forget it. Even if he wants to repay me, he might not find a chance. Let him be. Now, Duan Lingtian found that Sun Yuqian was more and more pleasing to the eye. Because of this, he felt a little guilty. If there's a chance in the future, I'll think of a way to make it up to him, and then tell him the truth of what happened today. I really do need his help now. Now, the more Sun Yuqian was, the more that Sun Yuqian. The more he was, the more he was, the more guilty he felt Ling Tian. Seeing that's Ling Tian's son, as there. There was that sons, there was not only Ling Tian Longs, there was Ling Tian, not that was a Ling Tian. Sun Linga, S Ling Tian. Is Yuqian all right? The 2 Ling Tian upper ultimate gods were an old man and a middle-aged man. The old man looked kind, but his eyes were fierce. As for the middle-aged man, he looked ordinary, as if he did not show his emotions on his face. At that moment, the old man looked at Sun Long with a serious face. Grandfather Hong, I'm fine. Sun Yuqian looked at the old man and shook his head. Uncle Hong. Sun Long was no longer as calm as he was when he was with Duan Lingtian and Sun Yuqian. He looked a little angry. Those 3 people just left. They're heading in this direction. If we capture them, we can find out who's behind this. Sun Long did not waste any time and directly pointed in the direction that the 3 people left in as he spoke to the old man. In his opinion, the most important thing right now was not to complain, but to get the 2 Sun family upper ultimate gods to chase after the 3 medium ultimate gods. If they could capture them and bring them back to the Sun family, it would not be difficult to find out who was behind this. The old man, Sun Hong, who is another upper ultimate god from the Sun clan's direct line of descent, understood Sun Long's intention. He glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and walked in the direction Sun Long pointed. Although the middle-aged man did not hear what Sun Hong said, he understood Sun Hong's intention with just a glance. Sun Hong obviously wanted him to chase after the 3 medium ultimate gods. The middle-aged man immediately followed. When the 2 upper ultimate gods disappeared from his sight, the anger on Sun Long's face disappeared. He looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced the 2 men. Brother Li Feng, those 2 are from another branch of the Sun family's upper ultimate gods. They are also the branch that has the closest relationship with us. Uncle Hong's full name is Sun Hong. He's one of the Sun family's upper ultimate gods, and also the person in charge of his branch. The one beside him is not a disciple of the Sun family's upper ultimate gods. He's his adopted son, and also has the same surname as the Sun family. His name is Sun Leizheng, and he's a genius. Many people say that if Sun Leizheng is not of the Sun family's upper ultimate god bloodline, he would most likely be the current patriarch instead of the current patriarch. Duan Lingtian also knew the identity of the 2 men after Sun Long's explanation. He was not surprised that the 2 men were close to Sun Long's branch, because Sun Long would only find trustworthy upper ultimate gods from the Yang family. After all, he had set up a trap to lead the suspects to the other 2 Sun family members who could compete with Sun Yuqian for the next patriarch's position. Sun Long would certainly not find the 2 upper ultimate gods from the Yang family's upper ultimate god bloodline. If the two upper ultimate gods from the Yang family's upper ultimate god bloodline were to come and kill Sun Yuqian, they might not help Sun Long and the other upper ultimate god bloodline. They might even help kill Sun Long and the other upper ultimate god bloodline. It was better to find trustworthy people for this kind of thing. It's almost as I guessed. However, I didn't know that Sun Hong has an adopted son who's also an upper ultimate god. In fact, Duan Lingtian had done a comprehensive investigation on the Sun family before this. He also knew about Sun Hong, the upper ultimate god from the Sun family, but he had never met him. He knew about Sun Hong because he knew that Sun Hong's branch was close to Sun Long and Sun Yuqian's branch, and there was no conflict of interest in this generation. Sun Hong's branch did not have any talented disciples who could compete for the patriarch's position in this generation. Sun Hong was more inclined to let Sun Yuqian become the next patriarch compared to the other two competitors of Sun Yuqian. Firstly, Sun Yuqian was indeed stronger than the other two in all aspects. Secondly, Sun Yuqian's branch and Sun Yuqian's branch were very close. Duan Lingtian was not worried that Sun Hong and Sun Leijing would catch up with the three upper ultimate gods because he had already told the three of them to change directions after they left. It was best to split up. Although the two upper ultimate gods from the Sun family were strong and fast, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if they wanted to catch up with them after they had left for almost half an hour. As expected, about a quarter of an hour later, Sun Hong and Sun Leijing returned. Sun Hong shook his head. We didn't catch up with the three of them. They've already changed directions. We didn't find any clues along the way. It's harder to find them than climbing the sky. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Hong. Sun Long expressed his gratitude and sighed at the same time. However, since we were unable to capture those three people, I'm afraid it will be impossible to find the real culprit behind this. Humph. Sun Hong's eyes flashed. Even so, we still have to get to the bottom of this matter. No matter who it is, the entire Sun family will not tolerate anyone who does this behind our backs. In fact, even Sun Hong now suspected that the three of them were hired by Sun Yuqian's other two competitors. Otherwise, he could not think of anyone else who would go through so much trouble to kill Sun Yuqian. Uncle Hong, please don't be angry. I believe the family will give me an explanation for this matter, Sun Yuqian said. With that, Sun Yuqian introduced Duan Lingtian to Sun Hong and Sun Leijing. Sun Hong also expressed his sincere gratitude to Duan Lingtian for saving Sun Yuqian. Brother Li Feng, thank you for saving Yuqian. You don't have to worry about the transportation formation in the outer realm. I'll take care of it for you. Follow us back to the Sun family. After we've dealt with Yuqian's matter, I'll personally bring you to the transportation formation and send you to the outer realm. During his conversation with Sun Yuqian, Sun Hong had learned about Duan Lingtian's determination to go to the outer realm. Due to this reason, he did not try to persuade Duan Lingtian to go to the outer realm, even though he felt Duan Lingtian would most likely die. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a stranger. He helped Duan Lingtian only to repay him for saving Sun Yuqian's life. Duan Lingtian, using the identity of Li Feng, followed the few people from the Sun family back to the Sun family. The entire Sun family was in an uproar because Sun Yuqian was almost killed. Many high-ranking members of the Sun family were furious. Among them were the high-ranking members of the families of Sun Yuqian's two competitors. Perhaps they were gloating in their hearts and even felt that it was a pity that Sun Yuqian did not die. However, they knew they could not show it on the surface. On the surface, they had to be united against a common enemy. The Sun family was in turmoil. All of this naturally had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. However, the Sun family had reached a consensus regarding their savior, Duan Lingtian. The Sun family directly took out divine crystals in the name of the family and sent Duan Lingtian to the outer realm to repay Duan Lingtian for saving Sun Yuqian's life. At this moment, no one stopped them. Even the direct descendants of Sun Yuqian's two competitors, even though they felt that Duan Lingtian was meddling in other people's business, on the surface, they unanimously agreed to repay Duan Lingtian. Just like that, Duan Lingtian left the Sun family through the transportation formation in the outer realm of the Sun family. He left the reincarnation boundary and went to the outer realm. Duan Lingtian, who felt as though only a moment had passed, but also as though a century had passed, began to size up the new environment in front of him. This is the outer realm. Chapter 43, 65. This place. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to realize that he had appeared in a cluster of buildings after arriving in the outer realm. There were very few people in this cluster of buildings. Before coming, he had learned from the Sun clan that behind the transportation formation was a stronghold of the Luo territory of the rotation boundary in the outer realm. The rotation boundary in the outer realm had a total of 3 strongholds. Each of the 3 upper regions had a stronghold. Each stronghold was guarded by the strongest experts of that region. Currently, the person guarding the Luo territory's stronghold in the outer realm was the strongest expert of the Sun clan. Someone is coming from our Sun clan, a disciple of our Sun clan. The strongest expert of the Sun clan was guarding the stronghold of the Luo territory of the rotation boundary in the outer realm. Usually, he would be able to sense every movement in the stronghold. After Duan Lingtian appeared in the stronghold, he scanned with his divine consciousness and confirmed that the other party was not from the Sun clan. As the ancestor of the Sun clan, he could sense the bloodline of the Sun clan. He's not from the Sun clan? Sun Pingyun, who was originally calm, was slightly stunned at this moment. At this moment, the other person sitting in front of him, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, looked puzzled. "Brother Sun, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Sun Pingyun came back to his senses, looked at the guest in front of him, and shook his head. "There's a young, mid-level ultimate god coming from our Sun clan, but he's not from our Sun clan. I think he's a friend of one of our juniors. A mid-level ultimate god." The old man was surprised. Although it's not rare for a mid-level ultimate god to come to the outer realm, it's not that easy for them to establish themselves in the outer realm. A mid-level ultimate god who isn't confident usually doesn't dare to come to the outer realm. The old man said, "He should be quite strong." Sun Pingyun hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since he came from our Sun clan, it means that he has a close relationship with one of our juniors. Under such circumstances, it's impossible not to warn him of the dangers of the outer realm. I think he's a mid-level ultimate god with decent strength. However," at this point, Sun Pingyun paused for a moment before looking at the guest in front of him. "Speaking of medium ultimate gods, I'm afraid that Duan Lingtian from your god-defying realm is the most terrifying. It's said that he now has the strength of a superior ultimate god with his medium ultimate god cultivation base." The old man sitting in front of Sun Pingyun was from the god-defying realm. He was the supreme expert of the god-defying realm. When he heard Sun Pingyun's words, his eyes flashed. In the known history of the god-defying realm, I have never heard of anyone who is comparable to him in the medium divine master realm. He is now recognized as the strongest medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Furthermore, he has a large amount of divine, corrupting spring water. As he spoke, a glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. God-corrupting spring. That was what he had always dreamed of. Although he had no use for it and did not have any disciples, the divine, corrupting spring water was a hard currency in the outer realm and could be used to exchange for what he needed. Moreover, some powerful existences were often willing to pay a high price in exchange for the divine, corrupting spring water just to cultivate their younger generation. Those existences were very generous with their money. Divine, corrupting spring water When Sun Pingyun heard the supreme expert from the god-defying realm in front of him mention the divine corrupting spring water, his eyes were full of greed. Speaking of which, that person from the god-defying realm is really lucky to have obtained so much divine corrupting spring water. It's said that the news of him obtaining the divine corrupting spring water has even alarmed the 3 realms. Many people are clamoring that the way he obtained the divine corrupting spring water is not honorable enough. Sun Pingyun said, "Uft." The supreme expert from the god-defying realm sneered when he heard that. "Those people are just talking nonsense. What do you mean by not being honorable enough?" The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Isn't this a very common phenomenon? If they were the oriole, would they say that they are not honorable enough? Ridiculous. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that he had become the topic of discussion of the 2 supreme experts. He also did not know that the 2 supreme experts who were talking about him were at the stronghold of the Luo region in the outer realm where he was now. According to the supreme expert from the Xiao family, the stronghold of any realm in the outer realm is not actually in the outer realm. It is just close to the space barrier of the outer realm. One can smoothly enter the outer realm from here, and there is no need to worry about getting lost or anything. And these strongholds are also protected by the realms behind them. It is very difficult for ordinary people to force their way in, unless many supreme experts take action. However, this situation is very rare. If a supreme expert takes action like this, it will be seen as a provocation. For example, this reincarnation realm is not a big realm, but if a few supreme experts force their way into their stronghold in the outer realm, even if the supreme experts of the reincarnation realm can't do anything to them, they will still ask for help from the god-defying realm. The reincarnation realm is a subsidiary realm of the god-defying realm. Once they ask for help from the god-defying realm, the god-defying realm will definitely not stand by and watch. They will definitely send experts to help. This is also a way for weak realms to survive. On one hand, they rely on the subordinates of a strong realm and are exploited by the strong realm. On the other hand, they also rely on the protection of the strong realm. Being exploited will take a long time before they are unlucky, and if there is no protection from a strong realm, it is very likely that the realm will be broken immediately after being invaded. Once the realm is broken, the people will be in a terrible situation. Only the supreme experts may have a chance of survival. Under the choice, many weak realms also choose to shelter under the strong realm. These were all information that Duan Lingtian knew when he was in the god-defying realm and the Xia family in the world of divine remains. Most of it was said by the supreme expert ancestor of the Xiao family. The god-defying realm is in front. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed the almost uninhabited stronghold of the Luo territory of the rotation realm and walked all the way to the end of the road. In front of him was a layer of spatial barrier that was similar to a membrane barrier. The scenery outside also appeared clearly in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, the scenery outside changed every once in a while. Occasionally, it would appear in the outside world in a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Occasionally, it would appear underground, under a lake, or even above a group of volcanoes. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this, because he had also heard this from the supreme expert ancestor of the Xiao family. The exits of the strongholds of all realms in the outer land would change from time to time. This was also to prevent people from intercepting and killing those who had just left. However, although the exits would change, they would only change within a certain range. No realm could make the exit of a stronghold change everywhere in the outer land. Even if the top supreme experts of the 10,000 realms joined forces, they could not do that. Let's go out. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and passed through the transparent spatial barrier that had just changed in front of him. He entered a vast ocean. It was indeed a vast ocean. It was not in a lake, nor was it in a small river or stream. Instead, it appeared in a vast ocean. Of course, to Duan Lingtian, entering the ocean was no different from entering a flat land or a void. This was because the divine power that rose from the surface of his body was enough to block the sweeping seawater outside. This is the outer land. After entering the outer land, Duan Lingtian's first feeling was that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had suddenly become somewhat thin. Moreover, the surrounding smell clearly carried the smell of blood. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt the surrounding seawater turbulence. Then he saw a huge demonic beast that he had never seen before approaching from afar. This demonic beast had a human form and 4 limbs. However, compared to a human, its figure was somewhat uncoordinated. Moreover, its face was ferocious and there were horns on its head. It looked very disgusting. "There's a human in my sea area. You've delivered yourself to my doorstep." This demonic beast looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and spoke in the myriad world common language at the right time. Its voice clearly fell into Duan Lingtian's ears. "I've killed many middle-level ultimate gods. The strongest could withstand 32 moves from me. I wonder how many moves a human like you can take." When the demonic beast approached, Duan Lingtian could also confirm its cultivation base from its aura. A higher ultimate god, great demon. The other party's words were obviously said deliberately for Duan Lingtian to hear. "Human, run. Let me see how you're going to run away. Although it's impossible for you to escape under my nose, who knows if you'll be lucky?" The great demon continued to speak. There was a hint of mockery in its tone, as if it was a hunter toying with its prey. However, Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold in the face of the other party's condescending gaze. Although he was unsure of the other party's strength, as long as the other party was not an ultimate god, he had the courage to fight it. Although he was only a middle-level ultimate god, his strength was above 99% of higher ultimate gods. "Why should I run?" Duan Lingtian looked calmly at the great demon and smiled coldly. He then raised his hand, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. The 7 orifices exquisite sword had already digested a few ultimate god embryos and was getting closer and closer to transforming into an ultimate god weapon. The great demon's eyes lit up when he saw the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. "It's a superior god weapon that's close to an ultimate god weapon. Human, you've given me a big surprise." "Very good, very good. Just based on the surprise you prepared for me, I can leave you with an intact corpse." As the great demon spoke, a god weapon appeared in his hand. Judging from the aura of the god weapon, it was a god weapon that was not any weaker than the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Although Duan Lingtian was a little surprised, he was not too surprised. No matter what, the other party was a higher ultimate god great demon. How could such a great demon not have a trump card when he had dominated this sea area for so many years? In the outer realm, those who could survive and rule over their own territories were the most powerful. Chapter 4366. You're lucky to have met me when you've just arrived at the outer realm. Duan Lingtian stared silently at the incoming great demon. In the eyes of the great demon, he was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. But in his eyes, this great demon was also a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Although his current strength was not invincible among the upper-level ultimate gods. However, there were very few upper-level ultimate gods who could defeat him. Even if it was a top upper-level ultimate god, he did not think he would lose to them. That was unless it was one of the best among the top high-level supreme gods, like his eldest senior sister, Huangfu Mengyuan, a high-level supreme god who was feared by all the major forces in the divine planes. The 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand radiated sword aura in all directions as the divine power of a medium ultimate god swept out. In front of the great demon's divine power, it seemed a little dim, but its speed and power were not inferior at all. Duan Lingtian's space law vibrated, and a heaven and earth vision that illuminated thousands of miles appeared, shaking all directions. That's right, illuminated thousands of miles. Previously, when Duan Lingtian entered the dimensional battlefield, the power of law could illuminate thousands of miles, millions of miles, and millions of miles, but not thousands of miles. However, in the dimensional battlefield of the God-defying realm, the power of law that illuminated millions of miles could only illuminate thousands of miles in the outer realm, even if the power was the same. In the dimensional battlefield of the God-defying realm, the power of law that illuminated thousands of miles could only illuminate hundreds of miles in the outer realm with the same power. In contrast, the power of law that could illuminate thousands of miles in the outer realm was able to manifest a heaven and earth phenomenon that could illuminate thousands of miles in the reverse God realm's planar battlefield. Illuminated thousands of miles. At this time, the great demon was also shocked after seeing Duan Lingtian's power of law. This was because the power of law that it had mastered could only illuminate thousands of miles. Moreover, the power of law that it had mastered was only the water law. At the same level, it could not compare to the space law, one of the four supreme laws. Fortunately, he's only a medium ultimate God. Otherwise, I might not be his opponent today. The great demon rejoiced in his heart. Of course, it was also vigilant. A medium ultimate God was definitely a genius among geniuses for being able to master such powerful spatial law at such a cultivation level. Logically speaking, such a genius could not possibly be an idiot. But now, after witnessing its strength, it still dared to charge at it? Was it because he knew that he couldn't escape, so he decided to risk it all? However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the great demon suddenly jolted awake. Something's wrong. He's proficient in the law of space. If he really wanted to escape, even if it was in the sea, there would still be a slim chance of survival. It can only be said that it's a slim chance of survival, but he's unwilling to cherish such a slim chance of survival. Did you choose to fight me to the death? Be careful. This little guy might have some other tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps there is a supreme divine power. But he wouldn't think that I don't have supreme divine power, right? The great demon sneered inwardly. One had to know that it wasn't as if there weren't any supreme powerhouses in the Sea Tribe. Overlords like them were actually organized and were loyal to a certain supreme powerhouse in the Sea Tribe. Usually, as long as they performed meritorious deeds, they would be bestowed with some supreme divine power. Drip. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian did indeed use the supreme divine power. This was because he knew in his heart that if he acted so rashly, the great demon would definitely suspect that he had some backing. Now he was just revealing his backing. He was also worried that if the great demon was alerted in advance and even notified the other great demons in the surrounding sea, once a stronger great demon arrived, he might not be a match for a group of great demons if they joined forces. Moreover, before he came, he had heard from the supreme ancestor of the Xia clan that no matter where it was in the outer realm, as long as there was a gathering of great demons, there would be no lack of supreme powerhouses among them. When he gets closer, I'll use my supreme divine power as well as my clan's innate ability to kill him. At this moment, seeing Duan Lingtian charging at him menacingly, the great demon, who was also charging at him, saw that the human in front of him was getting closer and closer and had a plan in mind. Even if the other party was only a middle-level supreme god, he did not intend to underestimate him. In the outer realm, a moment of carelessness could very well lead to death. He had lived for many years and had seen too many tragedies of people dying because of carelessness. He would not let such a thing happen to him. Moreover, there were many humans in the outer realm who possessed the power of blood. Some could even form avatars of laws and possess extraordinary combat strength. He was not sure if the human in front of him had the power of blood or the avatars of laws. He only knew that the moment he got closer, he would explode with all his strength and kill the human in one blow. Boom! Rumble! The great demon was proficient in the law of water. As the artifact in his hand moved, waves surged and rushed into the sky as if there were stormy waves on the sea, the kind of stormy waves that could destroy a city. Duan Ling Tian seemed so tiny before him, and it was as if Duan Ling Tian would be completely obliterated without a trace if he was hit by a huge wave. Human, if you trespass into my territory, you will be seeking your own death. Soon after, the great demon was close to Duan Ling Tian. Not only that, but he had also activated his supreme divine energy. Streaks of strange energy swept out of his body. As expected, Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, came to a sudden realization when he saw the other party's tricks. This was just as he had expected. Everything was within his expectations. However, this great demon probably had not comprehended the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would have used them at this moment. Before he came, he had heard from the supreme ancestor of the Xia clan that in the outer realm, even if he met an opponent weaker than himself, he should not be careless. Otherwise, he would very likely be killed by the opponent. Even a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Human, let me see your power of blood or your avatar of laws. As the great demon roared, a terrifying attack swept out from all directions. Like a fierce flood, the great demon opened its bloody mouth and bit at Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian heard the great demon's words, he smiled calmly. As you wish. In the next moment, a law avatar swept out from Duan Ling Tian's body. It was his space law avatar. Whoosh! The space law avatar swept out, and the sword principle that he had not used before was also used. He became one with the sword and attacked the great demon head-on. When the great demon saw Duan Ling Tian's space law avatar become one with the sword, his pupils shrank rapidly and his eyes were filled with fear. The weapon principle. It's the weapon principle. He has mastered the weapon principle of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. No, impossible. He's just a higher, ultimate God-human. How can he master such a powerful weapon principle? At this moment, the great demon was filled with shock, and at the same time he realized that his full-powered attacks were continuously being defeated by the law avatar of man and sword. He was no match for a law avatar. No, impossible. Although he knew that the law avatar of his opponent was not much weaker than the original body, the great demon was still terrified. The law avatar had such strength. Even if the original body was not much stronger, it was still stronger than the law avatar. If the two joined forces, would he still have a chance of survival? Run. Although the great demon was violent and bloodthirsty, his intelligence was not inferior to that of a human's. Knowing that he was no match for his opponent, he would be courting death if he continued to fight. The great demon turned around and fled, but Duan Ling Tian was faster than him. Demon Venerable, save me. The great demon fled at full speed, not daring to look back. Although he was proficient in the law of water and was like a fish in water in the sea, his opponent's mastery of the law of space was also extremely strong. Coupled with the sword principle that made his heart palpitate, Duan Ling Tian's speed terrified him. In a dozen breaths, Duan Ling Tian would catch up to him. By then he would be dead for sure. The human who is chasing me is a medium ultimate god. He has mastered the law of space, and his sword principle attainments are above rank 5. Rank 5 sword principle. Even in the outer realm, level 5 sword principle was an extremely terrifying technique. At the very least, among the higher ultimate gods, only those who stood at the top of the pyramid could master this level of sword principle. Even some of the supreme experts who called themselves sword cultivators had not mastered rank 5 sword principle. Medium ultimate god, rank 5 sword principle. He has mastered the law of space and can illuminate thousands of miles. At the same time, the great demon's voice resonated in the air, alerting the great demons in the surrounding sea. Even some of the great demons who were on par with Duan Ling Tian felt chills running down their spines. Such an existence was definitely comparable to a top higher ultimate god. If he stepped into the higher ultimate god realm, he would be one of the best among the top higher ultimate gods. Retreat. Go further away. Don't be dragged down by that guy. How did Huko provoke such a powerful human? The group of greater demons in the vicinity, including those at the upper level ultimate god realm, scared the ordinary greater demons away. Of course, they also began to send out messages to the others. The demon venerable could not hear the great demon scream. Now they could only do their best to pass the message to the demon venerable's messenger and let the messenger, who had the strength of a top higher ultimate god, know that such a genius human was nearby. Such a genius human. If the demon venerable knows about it, he'll probably kill him immediately. I just don't know if the demon venerable will be able to find him when he knows about his existence and wants to kill him. The human is not stupid. After killing Huko, he'll definitely leave as soon as possible. A dozen breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. When the group of great demons fled, Duan Lingtian caught up with them and killed them in a flash. I have to leave quickly. After killing the great demon, Duan Lingtian took his divine weapon and ignored the shattered storage ring as he quickly fled in the direction where he could see land. He did not dare to stay for even a moment. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.